we were building a bonfire, and I saw some, like, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The Knicks get blown out at home in Game 3, lead the Celtics 2-1 heading into tonight's Game 4. The Pacers cruise by the Cavs and take a 3-1 series lead on the road in Cleveland. Donovan Mitchell left the game early from an ankle injury and is questionable for tomorrow's Game 5. OKC and Denver are tied 2-2 in a heavyweight slugfest, while Minnesota has been cruising past the Warriors with Steph out hurt. NBA playoff action, some playoff hockey, baseball and football later on, and our usual segments and shenanigans live on another great Monday edition of Jabba and the Mouth.
Bets are going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight him all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. And
Let's do it. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-host, Jabba Chamberlain. He is back. And the speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. SportsGrid.com. I want to give a shout out to Blue Wire. I know I announced it last week at the end of our show, but I want to make a huge announcement today and forever. We will be airing, and our show will be one of the hosted shows on the podcast organization, Blue Wire, moving forward for the next year. We signed a contract over the last past, I would say, 82 to 83 hours. I can't give you the exact, but we are signed. Will be airing on Blue Wire. Our podcast will be amongst 200 shows on Blue Wire Entertainment. So we're very excited about that. So all the fans that didn't know that or didn't stay on the show last Thursday all the way to the end when we had analytics, which probably scared people away with some of the craziness and the antics that we usually pull at the end of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now one of many shows, but some of the top shows in America on the one and only Blue Wire. So that is a huge announcement, and that's what we wanted to let every fan know. Jabba, how are you?
Good, man. Got Carter's dorm fridge back. I'm glad that fridge can't talk because I don't know what went on down in or around. So got all that cleaned up, and he just went back. They got round 2 of the playoffs starting tomorrow. They won their first round.
Good for him.
Yeah, they play best. It's weird how junior college works. They play instead of like, when you do like conference tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
They do it series wise, so it's best out of 3,
right?
When they get into the postseason. So
they do that. Don't they do that in the major leagues in the first round? They do it best out of 5. Is that what? No, wild card. They do best out of 3.
Yeah, wild card switch because it was just one game and then they switch it to a series, which I like. But yeah, I just usually thought with like conference tournaments it was like a double elimination. But yeah, they do it different here. So
hold on,
yeah,
it's the play-in. It's not the wild card. It's the play-in.
No, it's a play-in. Yeah.
Yes, that they play 3 games, best out of 3,
Yep.
and then whoever wins those 3 games or 2 out of those 3 games move on to the wild card series. So
yeah, because it's only basketball and hockey that are all 7 game series, right?
Oh yeah.
And basketball used to be 5. So.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of craziness, Speedy, what's going on, man?
Yep, I'm doing well. I hope everyone had a happy Mother's Day out there.
I'm sure you did.
All the mothers listening, all the families listening to the show. Jabba, everyone with your family as well.
Yeah, I ate way too. Like we had our 20-year anniversary of our College World Series win on Friday.
Oh.
Bunch of the 80s guys reunion, and so we were in the suite. Oh, I mean, I ate way too much, and then we had all kinds of snacks.
Not a chance.
Hey, if it's free, dog, I am crushing.
I figured that's what you would do. I do believe that. But you know what? It's crazy because I don't really, when I go to those events and I'm a DJ MC, I went to a wedding. I don't really, I emceed a wedding this weekend on Saturday, and I don't really eat at those weddings because I don't want to get sick. And when I'm dancing and I'm emceeing and making sure that I'm making everybody happy during the party, including the bride, who I'm not going to say it on air because she might be listening. I don't want to throw her under the bus, but she was a mean old bitch. So it was one of those weddings, but she wasn't mean to me, but she was mean to the DJ and the roadie that was working with me. So they were like, oh my God, what does she think? She's at Bridezilla or something like that. I was like, I don't know. She wasn't mean to me. I went upstairs, had a nice conversation with her, and her husband was cool as you know what. I'm not going to say anything bad about him. And a great Greek family. I'm not into going to Greek weddings because for some reason they're so damn picky, but this particular wedding was pretty cool. I actually had a lot of fun. They at the end of the party, they were dancing without their shirts. So I've never seen that before. No, but here's the crazy thing. I've done so many weddings. I've been involved with over 5,000 weddings, and I've never, ever at the end of a wedding, during a wedding, or before a wedding, see the groomsmen take off their shirts, bare-chested, and danced around in a circle, all right? It was crazy. And by the way, half of these guys don't have good bods, man. So if they're trying to impress their women, they definitely didn't do that. So
I've done that one time.
It was horrible.
Agent got married. And by the end of the night, my tie was around my head, my shirt was undone, and I was singing. So I could
see you doing that. I could see.
Oh, it was fantastic. I crashed. I did crash one wedding too. I've crashed one wedding.
I used to crash weddings when I was younger. And before the Wedding Crashers came out, I used to do that. And me and my friends on Saturday and Sunday and it wasn't just weddings. We would crash bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, because, when you go to a bar and bat mitzvah, there's a million family members because every single one of your cousins have 6, 7 kids. So there's like 80, nieces and nephews and cousins and aunts and uncles. So I show up there with, I did it a couple times. I showed up to with one or two of my friends. I put on a yarmulke and I'm hanging out. I'm doing the old dance in the middle of the circle, lifting up the chairs of the newlyweds. And, I get to eat for free, eat some nice dessert and, enjoy myself. So obviously, and by the way, Snug, that is not true. Kiss my rear end. But nevertheless, I will say this. It was an interesting weekend. And definitely interesting weekend in sports. We're about to get into maybe an absolute debacle of a series because if the Knicks don't pull this one out, they were embarrassed in game number 3. It was the worst loss in New York Knicks history at a home game in any kind of series. So it was embarrassing what the Knicks put up, and they looked like they didn't even show up to the game. It looked like Jalen Brunson was hanging out at a movie theater with his newly acclaimed wife. I mean, but which, by the way, her last name is Marks before she married into the Brunson family. So maybe she's related to me. I don't know. But nevertheless, the Knicks didn't look like the Knicks like they were in game 1 and game 2. Hopefully they figure it out. They're at home again tonight. It's packed stadium. People are looking to see like just an absolute fireworks, and we haven't seen it yet. Speaking of the Knicks, we're going to get into that right now. But before we do that, I just want to give an announcement or let everybody know. Everybody's wondering who's coming on the show a little bit later. Well, a little bit later in the show, we will be talking to Scout U National College Scout Mackenzie Shizzle. She will be joining us, and interesting, she's going to tell us about the portal in the women's division and throughout the region. So I'm interested to hear what she has to say about PILs and some of the money that some of these women are making right now in college sports. So that's what I'm excited to get into it with her when she comes on. The Celtics blew out the Knicks in game 3, 115-93, to get their first win of the series. After shooting 25% from 3 in the first 2 games, the Celtics shot 50%, 20 for 40 in game number 3. It seems like they're not quitting on the three-pointer. The Celtics scored 71 points in the first half, the second most points for any team in the playoffs behind the Thunder. Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns combined had 48 of the Knicks' 93 points in the game. The Knicks fans were also seen as sarcastically cheering for Mitchell Robinson when he shot free throws, and he went 4 of 12 at the free throw line. The Knicks are still in the lead in the series, 2-1, as they move on to game number 4, which is about to start at Madison Square Garden. Well, if you're a Knicks fan, you sit here and you wonder, is this the same old Knicks? Are we going to have the opportunity to watch the Knicks botch this one up once again? This isn't a team and an organization over the years, as we all remember the Carmelo Anthony Knicks, or even the 90s Knicks. 99, that was the last time we've seen the Knicks in the finals, where they had to make acrobatic circus shots. Go ask Grandmama, Mr. Johnson, or any one of those players on that team. And it was Patrick Ewing's final year as a New York Knick, as he was traded to the Supersonics in the offseason. But again, I look at this Knick team, I don't know if they have that in them. I think that this team has heart. I think they have, obviously, Josh Hart, who's been amazing in this series, didn't seem to show up in game number 3, but half of the players didn't. As much as everybody thinks Jalen Brunson showed up with his numbers, he didn't look that good either. And that's a big problem. If Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns don't show up and Mitchell Robinson can't hit free throws, there's a problem, because you know what the Celtics are going to do later in the game. They're going to play Hack-a-Mitch. And that is what this team is planning to do. They don't want anybody else to go to the free throw line because Mitchell Robinson can't hit a lick. I don't understand why Tom Thibodeau, during the every 24 hours where they have a time to practice and go out there, why doesn't he stick Mitchell Robinson at the free throw line and have him shoot 300 free throws? Because if this guy can't hit a free throw, this team is not going to win down the stretch. This has been a huge problem since he's come back. Now, Mitchell Robinson isn't a good free throw shooter. But again, Mitchell Robinson has to do better than that if they expect to compete against a team that is undersized. Say whatever you want about the Celtics. They're not a big team. They have Komet. They have some players that stand out. I mean, Al Horford, and you do obviously have Jason Tatum. And Porzingis, who's not 100% healthy, but Porzingis has been up and down in this series, and I wouldn't bet on Porzingis more than probably 15 to 20 minutes in this series moving forward. He's not 100% healthy, and I don't expect him to play healthy moving forward in the playoffs. Nevertheless, the Knicks are the bigger and they're the stronger team, and they have the better of the starting lineups as far as I'm concerned. The first 6 guys matched up to the Celtics, I would say the Knicks are better than, because Porzingis isn't 100% healthy. Obviously, White's up and down. We all know what their point guard position is. They're not 100% healthy over there in any kind of way. And their 2 guys, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, are up and down. One plays well, the other one doesn't. All it takes is one of these guys to wake up and both of them play good, as we saw in game number 3. It's going to be a problem. And the Knicks have to get into one of these guys' heads. Make Jason Tatum shoot the ball more. Make him force him to shoot 3-pointers that he's uncomfortable shooting. Because when he is comfortable and he gets his rhythm, he is almost impossible to defend. And again, Karl-Anthony Towns, wake the hell up defensively. You don't have to be the best defender. You just need to wake up and do something on the defensive side of the boards. And you don't do that. On the offensive side of the boards, you played very well. On a defensive side, you've been up and down. You've looked horrible. And again, this is a Celtic team that isn't 100% healthy. Porzingis isn't 100% healthy, which I said this, and Fish would absolutely agree to this. Before the series started, I told Fish, I said, you know, the secret of this series? This secret of this series is Kristaps Porzingis. If Porzingis scores 20 to 25 points, the Celtics are going to absolutely cream the New York Knicks. The Knicks are in a lucky position because Porzingis, once again, isn't 100% healthy. So you sit here and you wonder why the Knicks laid up a lousy goose egg at Madison Square Garden in game number 3, 115-93. Here's the reason why. Tom Thibodeau and his rotations, when he gets caught up in the mix in the late 3rd quarter and 4th quarter, he depends too much on Brunson. He forces his rotation to go that route throughout the game, especially at the end of the game. And he doesn't realize, hey, you know what? Maybe I put Josh Hart on the bench. Let him be my 6th man in the second half and bring him in when we're in trouble with foul trouble. Or we bring him in when we need an important steal or an important rebound and make him earn his minutes. Because as good as Josh Hart's been in this series, and he's been very reliable, Josh Hart plays too many minutes. And again, Tom Thibodeau has trained these guys to do that. But when you play too many minutes and you beat up your body, this is when you're not playing at the top of your game. This is when you wonder if Josh Hart is consistent enough to be a starter in this rotation. So, and I know everybody's going to say, well, what happened to Mikal Bridges? What happened to him in that game? Here's what happened. They stop rotating and moving the ball on the perimeter when they fall behind as much as they do. In the first 2 games, when they fell behind, they moved the ball. They got it to OG. They got it to Mikal Bridges. They got it to the open man. All of a sudden, at Madison Square Garden in front of their home fans, what did they stop? They started to play that same game that the old Knicks used to do with Carmelo Anthony. They say, get the hell out of the way and let Jalen Brunson take over the game. And that doesn't work against the Celtics. You got to move the ball around the perimeter. If you don't play that way, and you don't rotate the ball around the court, then they're going to guess, and they're going to guess right, which they did. And by the way, the Celtics absolutely out-rebounded the New York Knicks in game number 3. You cannot let the Celtics, who are undersized right now, without Porzingis playing the minutes that he usually plays, you should not let Porzingis or any of those players out-rebound you, especially with Mitchell Robinson, who's one of the best offensive and defensive rebounders in the league. Karl-Anthony Towns, who's been one of the best rebounders in the league, especially on the offensive side of the board. And then you have Josh Hart, who's averaging almost 10 rebounds throughout the playoffs. And OG Anunoby, that's averaging about 6 to 7 rebounds a game during the playoffs. This is a good rebounding team. They should not let a lonely and weak Celtic team that likes to shoot and force up threes beat you on the boards.
Yep, and also you look at when they got the rebounds with Mitchell Robinson, he was hacked every time, so they didn't get much offense out of it either. The Celtics had a lot of second chance points comparatively because they passed the ball out, not just either try to dunk it back or have Mitchell Robinson shoot free throws, which is obviously turned out to be a disaster. Like you were saying, 4 for 12 is not ideal circumstances. That's a 33% field goal rate, free throw rate for Mitchell Robinson. And you were mentioning too with the ball movement, like I think Jalen Brunson did a good job creating his own shots, but his passing decisions were, I think, kind of off at certain points too. Josh Hart, I'm going to give a little bit of a pass to because he was open on the three a lot in the first quarter, and I think even in the second quarter when he came back in, and they weren't passing him the ball at all. Like, just because he had a hot hand, they don't go too back to him. It just didn't really make much sense. OG Anunoby too was shooting very awkward shots as well. Like, when he was driving to the hoop, he was turning around a lot like Carmelo Anthony, but without the floor spacing that Carmelo Anthony had in his prime. It was just very awkward offensive styles of game, and that's the not ideal circumstances you want. And
Fish is posting right now, and I see what he's saying, that the Knicks out-rebounded the Celtics in game number 3. No, they didn't, because at the end of the game, that was when the Knicks were rebounding. The Knicks were, in the fourth quarter, they were down by 9 rebounds.
Right.
And then the Celtics were absolutely dominating. So the Celtics were allowing them to get back in the rebounds. It wasn't even close. The Celtics at the end of the game, because they were so fast moving around the second half in the third quarter, and they out-rebounded them so much in the first half and in the beginning of the third quarter, the Knicks had no chance of catching up to the Celtics again, like they did in game number 1 and game number 2. That's why at the end of the game, go watch the game over again. The last 8 minutes of the game, when the game was over, that was when the Knicks started rebounding the ball. That was when the Celtics didn't care about rebounding the ball.
Yeah, and also you look at the flaws that the Knicks had in the second half of the season, where two things we were concerned about was bench points and perimeter defense at certain points, because the Knicks were, I think, 6th worst in the second half of the season when it came to guarding the 3, and they never adjusted to guard the top of the key 3 at all whatsoever. You saw Tatum make a couple shots there. Derek White made a deeper one at the top of the key and never adjusted, and that's the things that we were praising Tom Thibodeau for when the Knicks won game 1. Like, they were finally making adjustments to get the Celtics maybe either shooting more threes or shooting them in less comfortable spots. And now they just kept rolling with that top of the key 3. When Peyton Pritchard came in the game, he kind of did the wing 3 a little more often, and the Knicks never adjusted to that either. And then the bench scoring, it was non-existent once again. Miles McBride had 5 points, I think, that led all the bench players. Like that, you're not going to be able to beat the Celtics like that either.
Miles McBride stinks. He should not make the team next year. If I were the Knicks, they gave him a 3-year extension. Mm-hmm. What was it, last year? Yeah. He has 2 years left on his extension, or 1 more year. I would move McBride in the offseason if a team needs a point guard, as we saw what they did with Emmanuel Quickley. I think that's what the Knicks should do. Trade McBride. If Karl Anthony Towns doesn't work with some of the other guys that they have on this roster right now, this team will never win a championship, because Porzingis is not at 100%, and they still can't compete in a game. Really, the series has been the battle of second halves. It really has been. The Knicks show up in the second half in the first 2 games. They won both those 2 games, especially in the fourth quarter and the overtime. In the third game, they absolutely got demolished in the first half and pretty much got demolished in the second half. The Knicks were playing catch-up really throughout that game, and it was expected. I don't know why any Knicks fan thought that the Boston Celtics were going to go to Madison Square Garden and not show up after being pulverized by every single person when it came to the media, all for the 24, 48 hours before the game. So I expected this to happen. Now the Knicks are going to have to put the Band-Aid on. They're going to have to stop the bleeding. If they expect to win this series, they cannot leave Madison Square Garden not winning one of these games.
Yeah, I just hope it doesn't carry over. As you know, we see that sometimes you go into Boston and absolutely do what they did, and then you go home and, you know, now you got people paying crazy amounts of money for tickets because they're like, oh, this is a new year, this is a new team. And if you looked at game 3 too, the turnovers, they were 9-9. So it wasn't like they killed themselves. Yeah, Brunson did force some passes, but you know, it was glaringly obvious that we didn't expect a sweep, I don't think, obviously. No. And we knew it was going to happen, and you guys see it, you know, closer than I do, being there and hear all the media market stuff, and you know how they're going to come out. They're going to keep shooting. It's like they said, you miss 100, you take 100 more. You're going to shoot yourself out of the slump. And you know, they're just they have too much talent. And I think Tibbs needs to you're right, and understand the rotation and, use those guys. And we've seen, when they called, when Magic Johnson called out Reddick, when, he played his starting five the whole second half, didn't rest him, I'm not saying you have to go 9 deep, but hey, we're deep into the season, and, let's manage this a little bit better where you're not running out of juice at the end and just have nothing left. So I think if he finds a better way to manage the lineup, and Boston's shooting the ball great tonight too. So, you knew it was going to happen. So it'll be interesting to see how he combats playing from behind, and if he does make
Jabba, this has been going on really throughout the season. They
Yeah.
fall behind so badly, and they got to play catch up. They can't hit early in the game. They fall behind 20 or 18 points, and then all of a sudden, OG Anunoby hits a 3. Mikal Bridges figures it out. Jalen Brunson figures it out. Why aren't these guys starting off strong? I don't get it. You're practicing. You had 24 hours to figure out, hey, maybe we need to speed up the pace, make the pace a little bit our dimension, our way of playing basketball. No, what the Knicks are doing right now is they're playing the same way they've played throughout this series, even against Detroit. What did they do? They started off slow. And you cannot do that against the Celtics, because if the Celtics want to put they want to put the foot on the throat, they could do it right now, because the Celtics could go up by at least 20 right now and say, you know what? They got to catch up now. We don't have to play 100%. We just have to play subpar at best. We can compete and we can win this game because we're the better team. And that's what they think in their little pea brains. They already think that they're the better team. Why? Because they won the championship last year. And you got Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal and everybody in the media saying, oh, the Knicks don't have a chance. They don't stand a chance against this Boston Celtic team. They're the champions. They're the most talented team. This isn't the same Boston Celtic team from last year. They're not. Even though Porzingis wasn't 100% healthy last year. But throughout the finals, Porzingis figured out who he was. And as soon as he did that, it was over. There was no way Dallas was going to win that series when Porzingis figured it out. And that goes to the Knicks too right now. They cannot.
I wouldn't sell Jalen short, though. Don't sell the short man short, Errol. The guy is actually 6'2". He's not short at all, but
that's short in NBA standards.
Short for a star in the NBA. And something that we don't talk enough about is there's really never been a team centered around a guy 6'2" or shorter that's ever won. And that's, or at least maybe since the beginning of the NBA, when it was George Mikan era type times, right? But I got a few things. He just went on a crazy run. The Knicks, they had to call timeout. Knicks came back playing their game, hitting mid-range jumpers, letting Miles Bridges go to work, get Anunoby going a little bit on his shot, and then Jalen hitting shots in people's faces and just killing their hearts, because he's not going to give up. They're down all the time. They're used to being in this position. Unfortunately, when Boston hits shots, they were just going bing, 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 catch and shoot 3. And when they're playing like that, they're almost impossible to beat. You have to really be on them early in the shot clock, because they're going to take the first wide open 3 they can get. And in game 3, they hit, in games 1 and 2, they were 25 of 100, 25%. In game 3, they were 20 of 40, 50%. So obviously that's going to be a big difference. And I would imagine in this game they fall somewhere in between those two numbers, because that's where they should be. That's normal, right? Around high 30s, which is what they are.
Yeah, didn't they average 36? Isn't that what you said, Errol?
It's and they've shot the most by far in the league. I think it was 17.8 threes per game.
Throughout this season, they had the most 100-point games in the NBA. They had the most. And throughout the first 2 games of this series, they didn't score 100. What did they do in game number 3? They scored 115. And when they score over 100, they're very hard to beat. The Knicks have to keep them, I wouldn't say keep them under 100, but keep them closer to 100 if they want to win this game. And you cannot play shoot tick for tack. Oh, I'm going to let Tatum hit that 3, and we're going to come right down and let OG hit an open 3. That doesn't work in this game, in this series. The Knicks are going to have to play dirty. The Knicks are going to have to play with heart if they expect to win this series. It's not going to be easy. And any Knicks fan sitting here today that thought it was going to be, well, then you guys are blind and you haven't watched the Knicks enough this year or watched the Celtics enough all season long. This team is so very talented. They have Jaylen Brown, who's one of the best two-dimensional players, two-way players in the NBA. You can't argue that. You have Jason Tatum, who's also a very good two-way player, but he's hot and cold. And if you have a very cold Jason Tatum, he's not going to score more than 12 to 15 points. We've seen that throughout the season. And Porzingis, we don't know what Porzingis is going to show up because he's not 100% healthy. So you look at the team right now, who are you going to trust? White? Are you going to bet on White to hit the open shots when you need him to in the fourth quarter? Well, it hasn't happened throughout this series. So I'm not going to trust him yet anymore. Or I won't trust him like I did in Series 1 as he was hitting all these open shots and looking like he was a superstar player. White is what he always has been. He's become a better shooter in the NBA, but he's a dimensional defensive player. That's what he is. That's why he's on the court. He's supposed to be out there to stop the best point guard, or you can argue a top 3 point guard like Jalen Brunson in all of basketball.
I want to go back to a point that Jabba made as well. When you were talking about Tom Thibodeau and his rotations too, like even if you don't play as many guys as you would want him to play, like I would want them to play 8 or 9 guys too, Jabba. But like even if you don't do that, at least maybe take them out, maybe quicker substitutions earlier, because that was the other thing that hurt them in the second part of the first quarter. Peyton Pritchard getting hot as well, and they have all these perimeter defenders. You can leave one of them in the game and then just put your bench players in there, and then switch out the starters, switch out Hart and OG at the same time or something like that. Like you got to be a little more creative. You're going to be that stubborn with the rotation.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because I looked too, and Porzingis has been paying anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes. I don't know if he's going to probably play that much because they really haven't said what his injury is, but I think he's a huge part, and if you can keep him off the court.
It's a leg injury. It's been a leg injury.
And he was also dealing with an illness, apparently. Too.
I think it's Achilles. I think it's an Achilles.
You jinxed it with White. I think he's 4 for 4 from 3 right now. Mm-hmm. That guy is real streaky, but you're not wrong. He's a guy that's a catch and shoot guy. You don't want him creating off the dribble, trying to hit his 3, and that's the problem. The Celtics are so good at getting it to all these different catch and shoot guys. You just got to play on top of everyone every possession. That's exhausting, and it gets to me to the point I wanted to make the whole time. And Speedy, you touched on a little bit with the rotations. Why is Jalen Brunson playing 40 minutes in a blowout? Yeah. Because he played 40 minutes in Game 3. Mm-hmm. What are we doing? That game was over. Get him. He shouldn't have played more than 32 minutes in that game in a million years. That there's no point. You got to save him, especially that guy. I know you want to compete. They did come back down, but they were down 30 in this game. It wasn't 20. There's no reason he needs to be in there past the 10-minute mark in the fourth quarter, at all. And these are the types of things that drive me crazy about Tibbs. Is you should know better at that point. You should. You should try to preserve your guys for a long series and 4 long series if you can make it there, right? That's the thing that I don't think he considers when you have a short rotation. And then if the game's over, why not see what some of those guys can do in some of these moments? Maybe Tyler Kolek is ready for the moment. Maybe,
That's never going to happen, Fish. That's never going to happen.
But you know what I mean? Like, it bothers me about him, and I think it bothers a lot of Knicks fans about Tibbs, that he doesn't really use those moments to try to make fringe pieces better. Think about what happened the year before. They got lucky that they had to play Alec Burks so much down the stretch because everyone got hurt, and Alec Burks had these great moments in the playoffs because he had some run. Well, I mean, that was luck because guys got hurt. Imagine that guy didn't get any run at all heading into the playoffs, then they needed him. He would have been cold. He would have missed everything.
It's to me sitting here and watching this game right now, it's starting to give me agita because I already know what's going to happen. This Celtic team is going to go on a 10-0 run, and the Knicks are going to play catch-up again. They have to obviously keep this game close, even closer than they have throughout this series, because every single time, the 2 games that they won, they're coming back from 20-point deficits. That's not going to work in this game in Madison Square Garden. Why? Because we've heard it from many different people. When you're in front of your fans and everybody's starting to booing and you see it, it's quiet. It's not like it's over there in Boston where everybody is doing all this stuff and getting agitated when your team is hitting shots. It's not like that. your team gets, when your team's not playing well, the fans get restless. And then you hear chirps in the crowd, and you have all the other ex-players sitting around saying things to you, saying, oh, get back, do this, do that. It's not the same thing. And when you play at home, there's more pressure on you, especially in Madison Square Garden when there's 19,000 fans packed out wanting to see you make those shots and show a highlight reel on ESPN. And that's something that the Knicks have not really done throughout these two series. Even against Detroit, they were crawling through the finish line. You cannot do that against the Celtics. When you have a chance to put your foot on their necks, you do it. And I'm not saying in game number 3. I'm saying right now, if the Knicks want to win this series, because it's going 7 no matter what, if the Knicks want to win this series, they have to win game number 4. They got to tell Boston, and they got to explain to Boston, listen, you might have came in game number 3 and embarrassed us. Well, guess what? We're going out there in game number 4, and we're going to have our fans on our side, and we're going to go out there, and we're going to win the game and go back to Boston and try to stick your snot up your you-know-what. So, and I'm not going to say what I really wanted to say because it might have gotten somebody sick. But nevertheless, you understand what I'm saying. The Knicks need to put more pressure on the Celtics in game number 4. So when they go back home and they're down 3-1, they're going to force shots. They're going to do things that they're uncomfortable doing. And maybe the Knicks end it in game 5. Maybe the Knicks end it in a game that nobody thought that was going to happen in 5 games, except probably you, Fish, or some crazy other Knicks fan. So I'm just speaking the truth here. The Knicks cannot let Boston actually create the path of where this series could go. And Boston can win 4 games in a row. We've seen it. Could we go back to the Red Sox? I remember the Yankees a long, long time ago. They were up 3-0. Alex Rodriguez, Derek Jeter, Mariano Rivera, all those great Yankees. They were up 3-0. Never happened before. And you know what I'm talking about, the American Championship, American League Championship. And what happens? The Bostons with Curt Schilling crawl back into that series and finally grow life. And once you get them and you get the fans and the Boston fans, because it's New York versus Boston, back into a series, it's over. And I'm not saying that could happen with basketball. It's a different sport. But we've seen the Boston fans and we've seen the New York fans. They can't stand one another. So you want to see this end up a little bit differently. And you want to see the Knicks fight for a chance to maybe win an NBA title, something they haven't won since 1973. The Pacers blew out the Cavaliers in game number 4, 129-109, to take a 3-1 series lead. That's what we want the Knicks to do. The Cavaliers also lost Donovan Mitchell, the Spider, to an ankle injury in the second quarter and did not return in the second half after feeling pain during warm-ups. The Cavs have also been without Evan Mobley, DeAndre Hunter, and Darius Garland at points during the series. Garland had just 10 points in game number 3, but had 21 points without Mitchell in game number 4. The Pacers had 7 different players in double figures in game 4, despite Tyrese Haliburton only having 11 points. Mitchell is listed as a game-time decision for game number 5 with the Cavaliers season on the line. By the way, the Cavaliers are done. I don't care what Kenny Atkinson says. I don't care what anybody says. There would be an absolute miracle with the injuries the Cavaliers are withstanding right now, not only in the series, throughout the playoffs. Garland hasn't been 100% healthy. Evan Mobley hasn't been 100% healthy throughout the playoffs. And now you have your best player in Donovan Mitchell, the Spider, not 100% healthy, and he's questionable. He's going to play, guys. When you hear that he's questionable, it usually means the guy's going to show up and play. But are you going to trust that he's the same Donovan Mitchell? He's not even 70%, guys. He is going to be a decoy on the court. It's going to be Garland's show. It's going to be Garland's show if they expect to win a game number 5. And I just don't think they have it. I just think the Cavaliers, as young and as agile they've been throughout the playoffs over the last 3 years, and we all know because we're Knicks fans and we've seen them get eliminated not once, but twice against the Knicks. You had the best record in basketball practically the whole season, and then you go into the playoffs and you sweep in the first round, and everybody thought this is going to be easy all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals when they have to play the Celtics or even the Knicks, and the Pacers show up and Halliburton and his father are dancing, in a circle. La, 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 la. They're like the Wizard of Oz. I mean, where's the Wicked Witch when you need her? I mean, seriously, this is pathetic.
Where's Jabba's rookie costumes?
Exactly. Well,
Yeah,
he was a
believe it.
cowardly lion. He was a cowardly lion. But honestly, that's what the Cavs are. They're cowardly. They're cowards. They're not showing up in these games. They're not putting up, the points that they need to. And no matter what they do, or in the positions where they have in the third quarter a chance to come back and take a lead, they fall behind again because you have guys like Tyrese Halliburton and some of these bench players. By the way, the Pacers have a very unique bunch coming off the bench. This is one of the more underrated benches in the NBA. They've been fantastic. I remember them last year against the Knicks and why they went to the Eastern Conference Finals against the Celtics. And I'm watching it even this year. This team is a lot better than I ever thought they were, and very well coached, because Rick Carlisle has been a successful coach in the NBA. He's won an NBA championship, and he understands how to teach young talent. And that's what the Pacers are. They're young. Tyrese Halliburton, what is he, 23, 24? He's a youngster. Practically this whole team is under the age of 27 years old. This is one of the younger teams that have a tremendous opportunity right now, because if it is the Knicks and the Pacers, guess who beat the Knicks last year? The Pacers. The Pacers go to the finals against any one of these four other teams right now in the West. Do you think they have a chance? 100%. And why do you think Reggie Miller wants to see the Knicks play them? Because he knows they can beat them. That's why. They beat them once, they can beat them again. That's the facts, Jack. And it bothers the hell out of me. But Knicks fans sitting here, they have a lot to worry about with the Celtic team. And I see Fish. He's got his hand over his head because it's probably bad, and I'm not really paying attention. Nevertheless,
It's terrible. Jason Tatum is
what's
just
the score
pulling
right
up
now?
from. Jason Tatum just hit 3 straight threes, pulling up from like 35 feet.
What's the score right now?
They're down 9 at the end of the first.
Not surprised. And this is going to be throughout this game and this series. If Jason Tatum finds this rhythm, the Knicks don't stand a chance in this series. And again, Jalen Brunson's got to stop showing up in the later quarters and putting on a show. He needs to show up throughout this series. He has to go tit for tat against Jason Tatum. He's their best player, and supposedly, as Knicks fans say, Jalen Brunson is the Knicks' best player. So you got to show up and be the best player on the basketball court. If he doesn't, they don't stand a chance against the Celtic team that is smelling blood. They're not tasting it; they're smelling it.
You just got to stay close. They play dumb in the fourth quarter. They do. Right. They really do. They just keep chucking it. You got to play with a lead different at that point differently when you have a dangerous team like the Knicks. There's no point at all in playing fast, taking shots early in the shot clock when you have a 25-point lead, ever. And they've done it every game. Even when the one they won. They just happened to hit their shots in the one they won. And the Knicks couldn't hit broadside of a barn in that game.
They're 9 for 14 from 3 in the first quarter.
It's outrageous. Derek White has 4 of them. Tatum has 3 or 4 of them himself. Pritchard hit one with like Brunson right in his face. It's been terrible. They hit everything.
They're gonna ride or die. They're gonna ride or die with the three.
So as hot as they get is as cold as they'll get for stretches as well. And again, if they can keep it within a dozen going into the fourth quarter, the way this team plays in the fourth quarter, they easily let you back in. And the Knicks are really good at getting. I mean, they already got 2 offensive fouls on Jaylen Brown. Josh Hart drew both of them, I believe, and he's out of the game. It doesn't matter because Jason Tatum's got like the star mode from Mario Brothers right now or something. Just like can't be stopped at all. It's just ridiculous. And he's a great player, so that happens every once in a while. But you're right, Brunson's got to do the same thing. So
Brunson is the best player on this team. He's right in front of his own fans, where all these old Knicks are sitting back there saying, this is the greatest point guard the Knicks have ever had. Okay, Walt Clyde Frazier won 2 championships. Brunson, go out there and win a championship for this Knicks team, and then you'll be considered a statue. They'll consider a statue and building a statue of you in front of Madison Square Garden in the future. As we've seen Stephon Marbury. He wasn't good here, but in China, they got a big gold statue over there in China of the great Stephon Marbury holding his little starberries as they're worth $1 over here in New York, which really didn't last more than 24 to 48 hours when you were playing on a basketball court with. But nevertheless, either did the Iversons, by the way. The Iversons were absolutely putrid. You wire those on the basketball court, too. The soles pop off after the second or third time. So I know all about the Iversons. Sorry, Alan. I loved you as a basketball player. Your sneakers sucked. The Anthony Hardaways were pretty good, by the way, too. I like those.
Oh, the pennies? Those ones are good.
Yeah, I like those. The pennies were good. With the air on the side of them, I actually like the pennies. And they actually remade them, redone them, and have the new different colors now. They got them purple and blue and yellow and all different.
Did you like the Kemps? Looked like the circle ones, the Reebok ones?
The problem with the Kemps is they look like an alien shoe. So did the Kobe's. Remember the first two Kobe's? It looked like they were alien shoes.
He was with Adidas when he started.
Yes. And so was Kevin Garnett. And I have Kevin Garnett's first sneakers as a basketball player, which actually are in pretty good condition for how old they are. They got to be over 26, 27 years old. I have Kevin Garnett's first pair of sneakers ever made. So
you got to remember he was still with Adidas because remember he said impossible is nothing after they won and center court and he got
do you remember the
bonus.
other big man? Do you remember the other big man that signed with Adidas when he got drafted?
Oh, there were some that were only there for like a year and then left.
He's one of the greatest of all time.
What Jordan? No,
he's a big man. He was drafted in the late 90s.
Michael Olowokandi.
No. He's a Hall of Famer, you idiot. He's a Hall of Famer.
And then, like a true big man?
True big man. He's a big man. He played the 4 and the 5. Are you guys going to give up? Because
Country Bryant Reeves.
It was Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan was the other one that signed with Adidas when he came into the NBA. So I don't know how long he was with Adidas, but he was there with Adidas his rookie season. I think he signed a 5 or 6 year deal, but nevertheless, I never owned Duncans because I always thought they were ugly. But the Garnetts were actually pretty cool. I like blue and white, and obviously played for the Timberwolves, and that was their colors. So that's what they were. So,
did you ever get the Dunkmans from Shaq?
No, I never. But by the way, has anybody seen Shaq's real shoe? Has anybody actually held
that's ridiculous.
Shaquille O'Neal's shoe? They're like size 24s, man. They're about the size of my sternum. Okay? It's ridiculous how big they are. It's not human. He's not human. His shoe size.
Didn't they say like a whole gallon of milk can go in his shoe or something like that?
Yes, it's ridiculous. But
I did like the Barclays though too.
Yes.
I like the Barclays.
I have the Barclays. I have the old Barclays. They remade them after he retired, and I bought a pair of them. I saw somebody wearing them, and I searched them all over social media and eBay, and somebody was selling them on eBay, and I bought a pair of them. So I actually have them, and they were brand new, by the way. Nobody wore them. So I actually have those too. But I collect sneakers. But to get back to what we were talking about with the Cavaliers are done. No matter what happens, Donovan Mitchell comes back 100% healthy. It's not going to make a difference. I think, obviously, the Pacers have they've taken somebody's dirty. Actually, by the way, Tyrese Halliburton's woman is pretty damn hot. Okay. So if she took her panties off and shoved it down one of their throats, I'd actually accept it. I'd open my mouth and say, come on, baby, stick them down this throat. Stick it down this troach. Anyways, as I would say. Anyways, to get back to what we were talking about. But I think the Cavaliers are done. I don't think the Cavaliers have any chance of coming back in this series because obviously the better team is dominating this series. Speaking of, what are you going to say?
Well, I mean, if Donovan Mitchell isn't going to play.
He's playing.
He's probably out. They're saying that he's got a bad ankle. They're saying questionable as like he's normally would be doubtful in this situation because he's playing out early in that game. Like that looked like. I mean, I've showed the clip. He wasn't. They were just shooting in between like stoppages, and they took him out. He was not touched. It was a non-contact.
They're going to shoot him up with whatever they shoot people up with some kind of.
I bet you're right.
He'll get a Toradol shot. They'll put some topical on. Like that's honestly like that's crazy. Like when I think about like ankle injuries and how like they can manifest. That's kind of what happened to Derek. Like he was playing through it when he actually blew his ankle out diving for that ball.
Yep.
kind of the same thing.
And it just
You obviously-
gave out eventually, but it was like ready to go at any moment.
Yep. And then so you got to worry about that too. If you do bring him back and have that feeling that you still have a chance, it could do more harm than good. So I agree with you.
I believe Donovan Mitchell is going to play in game number 5. I don't know where he's going to be at, but he'll be 70, 75%. It's not going to make a difference if he was 85, 90, or 95%. I'm just letting you guys know that. I just think the Pacers have completely ended their thought that they have a chance in this series. And Kenny Atkinson, I got to give him a lot of credit because after the games, he's out there very ecstatic, and he believes that his team's going to be able to come back in this series and win like any other coach. But I just don't think with the Pacers and Rick Carlisle is such a good coach.
That's the story, isn't it? Rick Carlisle out coaching Kenny right now. Like, I think that we have to mention before we leave it that they went to a 2-3 zone in game 3 and shut him down. And what does Carlisle do? Completely changes the offense in game 4 and shreds the zone because he knows how to coach with the best of them.
Yes.
He got Kenny's going to have to come back with something pretty special to be able to win this series. I just don't think he has it in him. I think Carlisle's a step ahead of him, even if he is the coach of the year.
Again, we'll have to see how Kenny Atkinson is going to play this in a game number 5 where a lot of people think they're done, including yours truly. It would be a miracle if they come back in this series and take it to a game 7. I just don't see it. Even with a healthy Donovan Mitchell, I think this team really just doesn't have it. And they didn't have it last year either. I just think that when you go into the regular season and everybody says, wow, this team is going to be the team to beat, just like OKC, when it comes to the playoffs, it's a completely different dog. And I just don't think they're the type of dog that is going to beat the Celtics or beat the Knicks. The Pacers are a team that have nothing to lose. What do they have anything to lose with? They got one of the best young point guards in the league that his father is dancing on the sidelines and threatening people after games. And then they have a bunch of players that are good but not great. They don't have to be great. All you need is to believe in your star player and your team and your coach and call the right plays and call the right defensive plays, and you can win a game. The Nuggets and the Thunder are now tied 2-2. After the Nuggets won game number 3 in Denver, the Thunder won game number 4. The two teams tied for at least the first quarter in points in a game in NBA history, with the Thunder leading 17-8, which is 25 combined points. Aaron Gordon hit another clutch buzzer beater in game number 3 to send the game to overtime. His third buzzer beater of the playoffs so far. The Timberwolves beat the Warriors 102-97 to take a 2-1 series lead. Anthony Edwards scored 36 points in game number 3. And the Jimmy Buckets of himself put up 33. But it wasn't enough for the Warriors without Steph Curry, which we expected. ESPN reports that Curry is not likely to return from his injury until game number 6. And it doesn't matter. If he comes back from a hamstring injury, he's never going to be 100%. This is a guy that depends on lateral rotation and the way he likes to move, and dribble the ball and control the game. He likes to go inside and out. If he can't do that, he's going to be a stand-up shooting, spot-up shooter. And that, as good as Steph Curry is, and he's still, you need to double team him anywhere around the perimeter. He's not the same player. And you're going to depend a lot on Jimmy Buckets. And the way Anthony Edwards is playing ever since his coach has called him out, he's a completely different superstar. And you can see what he can do when he figures things out. I don't think there's anybody better than Anthony Edwards when he is hot and he can't be stopped. As good as Jason Tatum has been throughout the playoffs, or even Jalen Brunson, or any one of these superstars, or Alexander, any one of these guys, Jokic, any one of these guys, if Anthony Edwards is playing at the top of his game, he is by far the best player throughout the playoffs. And you're seeing it right now. And the Timberwolves, they're a good team. I think they have more depth than they did last year without Karl Anthony Towns. Julius Randle is actually giving them a lot off the bench when he is coming off the bench. And even as a starter, he's giving you what you expected Julius Randle to give you for the New York Knicks. And Dante DiVincenzo and some of the guys that are coming off the bench right now, they're just a different team. The Timberwolves believe that they believe they're the best team right now in the playoffs for the Western Conference. But again, you look at the OKC Thunder series and obviously the Nuggets. You have the 2 best players in the world right now, the 2 MVP candidates. You have Jokic versus Mr. Alexander. And Alexander's putting up the numbers you expect, and so is Jokic. The question is, are the other guys? Is Russell Westbrook going to show up when they need him, which he's done in the series 1, but it really hasn't showed up in this series. Maybe because OKC is younger and be able to keep up with a speedy old Russell Westbrook. But they've got timely shooting by Aaron Gordon. And Aaron Gordon is a really good player. He's a dynamic player. We've seen him. Remember when he was on Orlando? Remember when he had won those slam dunk contests? This guy is acrobatic. He can shoot. He can do a lot of things. And I think the Nuggets have enough depth right now to compete with the Shai Alexander Thunder. The question is, are they going to be able to beat Shai when the time is right, when the series is close and they go to a game 7 and they have to win that game in OKC to move on to the Western Conference Finals against Shai Alexander or Williams or one of these guys that are going to have to, be dominated in the fourth quarter? I don't know. And again, the Nuggets have to depend on their superstars just as much as any one of these teams still in the playoffs. Jalen Brunson needs to show up. Jason Tatum needs to show up. Anthony Edwards needs to show up. Shai Alexander needs to show up. And Jokic needs to show up. And yes, if you want me to go to the Cavaliers, so does Donovan Mitchell. And so does Tyrese Halliburton, which he has in his series. Every one of these players, even Jimmy Buckets, when Steph Curry is not 100% healthy, he shows up and he plays hard. And that's why you made that trade. That's why you paid Jimmy Buckets. So I expect these series to go to the end, except the Cavaliers series, which I think is a complete blowout. I think it's going to go 7 games with the Thunder. I think it's going to go 7 games with Anthony Edwards and the Golden State Warriors, or maybe 6. And the Knicks, I already said it, 7 games. The only way the Knicks win is if they take this 7 games and they dagger them in Boston in front of their fans in the fourth quarter, which they've been doing or have done in the first game and the second game.
And you also look at the way that these teams have been building. I think you need a core that's going to do well if your stars do struggle. And we were talking about it with Anthony Edwards last week. The Timberwolves core did not help him enough when he was struggling in that first half. Then he elevates in the second half. They almost come back. And now you look at these last 2 games. Anthony Edwards is going off, and Julius Randle is actually being selfless. He had 12 assists. When did you last time you ever remember Julius Randle getting 12 assists in a game? Like, that's crazy to think. They had their size was there and their bench depth was there. You're right, Errol. Dante DiVincenzo has elevated that bench from a scoring perspective. You have Jaden McDaniels doing well from a defense perspective. They have a good mixture of everything. And to go to counter with the Denver side of it, the Denver Nuggets, it was a tale of 2 games for their bench. I was a game off with the Brown and a Porter combo. They did great in game 3 after the fact, and then they struggled in game 4. They couldn't score at all in game 4. When Jokic had his worst game in game 3, the rest of the team picked him up. And same kind of thing with OKC. They had the rest of the guys pick it up later in the game in game 4 to be able to win that kind of thing. And I just don't know if the Warriors have that kind of combo right now, as good as Jimmy Butler played, if Steph Curry is hurt.
Speedy, why are these 8 teams still in the playoffs?
They're built on depth and versatility.
Why are they in the playoffs? Why did they make the playoffs? Why are they in the semifinals and on their way to the finals? Well, any one of these teams, why are they there?
They have one star with good depth and versatility around them.
And all the teams that are leading in this series, who has shown up in those games?
Those stars.
They're stars. Mm-hmm. And the one guy that hasn't shown up in their series, their star, Donovan Mitchell. Right. That's why the Cavaliers are not in the lead, and why Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers are going to win that series, because Halliburton showed up and Donovan Mitchell is lost. He's not healthy, but he's lost. And we've seen this. We've seen Donovan Mitchell when he would play for the Utah Jazz. Do you remember that? There were series that he showed up, and then in the semifinals with Utah, there were series that he didn't show up. I remember against the Rockets. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Didn't show up against the Rockets with Chris Paul and James Harden. I remember that. And what did they do? They lost. That's what happens when your star doesn't wake up in a series where you're expected to show up for your team and play your game. He hasn't, and that's why they're down.
Yeah, and it's weird because his playoff points per game is actually very high, but you're right, he fizzles out kind of later in the playoffs. He starts to play hero ball too much. I had that problem with Shai originally when he was first in the NBA, but I don't think he's really started to do that as much either. Anthony Edwards has done that too, but he's been good in the clutch as well, and he elevates other people well.
No, I think there's two parts of that, and Errol, I agree with you. Like, your star has to step up. Like they have to do it. But also the other part is too, if I am struggling a little bit and not doing my normal is like Speedy just said, they facilitate and help from different avenues of the game. And I think they do a good job and other guys are stepping up. But I think there's two parts of that where they not only have to go out and be that guy, but they also have to make sure they facilitate from the other end and make everybody better if they are having a night off where, you can go drop, 10 dimes. And even when Jokic had, his least scoring game, it was still, I think was it a triple double, I think?
Yep.
And so
triple double when it comes to Jokic.
True. But I just think that there's two parts of that where they need to make sure, like, obviously some days you just don't have it, but just because you don't have it offensively doesn't mean you let up on the defensive side, as we've seen with some guys in the playoffs, and help facilitate other guys be better to pick up some slack where maybe you're not on that night.
Just real quick, super happy for Julius Randle. Julius Randle spent those years helping resuscitating the Knicks franchise from the doldrums
Just call him
of
bricklayer.
decades.
That's what we called him here in New York.
It was so bad. But, despite all his shortcomings, this is what he can do if you put him in a perfect situation. If you have a center that can rim protect for him, because he's not great at that, and you have a playmaking guard like Anthony Edwards, and he can just kind of be that third guy that's in the offense and that can facilitate and just get all the extra passes. I mean, he put up a triple-double, and they dominated that game. We've seen him do versions of that. We just haven't seen him do it consistently. I think for them to win it all this year, he has to play like this. I don't know if Julius Randle can for that long, but if he plays like this team can go. They really can. With Anthony Edwards and Gobert protecting and playing well, it's an interesting dynamic. It's amazing that we were talking about this after how it started with them this series, with Anthony Edwards going 0 for 10 in the first half with 1 point and getting called out by his coach. Pretty wild. And finally, look, Jimmy Buckets. I think playoff Jimmy will take one game. I still believe in playoff Jimmy, and if they can get it to 6 and Steph comes back, who knows? But I would say 10-1.
Here we go.
You got it. 10-1. You got to take Minnesota.
And by the way, Julius Randle had more bricks and built more brick patios than anybody has done in Madison Square Garden in history. So if you want something built,
Charles Smith has an argument for you.
Well, let's not get into Charles Smith. Let's forget about Charles Smith. Let him go to North Korea with Dennis Rodman and hang out with whatever his name is. Okay, I don't want to hear about Charles Smith. All I care about is what the Knicks were, 2-3 years ago. And Julius Randle was the biggest bricklayer I've ever seen in my entire life. And Derrick Rose would agree with me too, because he was a part of those teams too, but he didn't have to experience it playing in the games. He experienced it on the bench.
We were thinking at the time that dynamic duo of Derrick Rose and Kemba Walker.
Another bricklayer for the New York Knicks. Oh my God. None of those guys ever worked here in New York. As good as, yes, and I love Rose. I loved him. And I actually liked Randle for a couple of years because he was a great get for Donnie Walsh. He really was. He was a great get for Donnie. He brings him in. He makes the trade, or he signs him. No, he signed him in the offseason to that 1-year deal. He had that unbelievable season. Then COVID came around. They extended him. And it was just, he fell flat on his face. Then he started to become the layer of bricks, as we all remember him. And eventually it'll appear over there with the Timberwolves. It's just hiding right now. Maybe they need some cement. Maybe I should send them some cement over here at Madison Square Garden. And then he'll start to lay the brick. Anyways, before we get to our guest, we call this the golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt.
Golf clap. Golf clap.
And the golf clap of the day goes to the LBA, or the whatever you want to call them, the LeBron James Association, as we got it to experience before this game, this debacle of a basketball game, which is, I don't even know what the score is because we're 40 seconds slower than everybody else. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it goes to the NBA draft as we experience something, what I expected, ladies and gentlemen, as the Spurs fell short, just one pick short of getting Cooper Flag, as the NBA has become the absolute joke of the lottery. as the Spurs get the number 2 pick. And yes, Nico Harrison looks like he's an absolute god, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to lose my voice. I'm about to go crazy. I'm going to have a heart attack. I can't believe the Dallas friggin' Mavericks win Cooper Flag and everything goes away. All the dusts go away. All the stupidity of trading Luka Doncic to the Lakers. Well, they got Cooper Flag. So they got to, could you imagine Cooper Flag, Luka Doncic, and Kyrie? That would have never happened, but no. I mean, because they wouldn't have, the second half of the season wouldn't have been so putrid like it was. But nevertheless, they win Cooper Flag. What a debacle. The LBA, I want to call him the LJA because it is LeBron James, but I'm going to say the whatever. It's the NBA, LJA, whatever the hell you call it. It's a debacle. It makes no sense. How does the Spurs, where what? They had the 10th or the 11th worst record going into this lottery draft. I don't know what it is. Give me the number, guys. It was bad. How do they go from where they were supposed to be all the way to 2? And then the Mavericks, who weren't the worst team. I feel bad for the other teams. I feel bad for the Hornets. At least the 76ers got something out of it. They get the 3rd pick. I don't know who that's going to be. It's some European player or somebody. Maybe one of those Rucker players. But anybody that goes there is practically going to be buried in the ground by the Philadelphia fans. So we all know that. Nevertheless, this draft is going to be very interesting because we all know where Cooper Flag's going to go. But how about the Spurs getting what we expected them to get? One of the top 3 picks of this draft. So congratulations to the LeBron James Association for allowing this to happen as Dallas gets 1. The Spurs and the former, Greg Popovich Spurs get number 2. And at number 3, the Philadelphia 70 Liars are getting the number 3 pick. So congratulations.
Errol, they had a 1.8% chance.
1.8.
Yeah.
1.8. You hear that? Hear that? Mackenzie, you hear that? What are the chances of that happening? I'll tell you how it happened. The LJA, LeBron James Association, wanted to kiss Nico Harrison's ass, or I'm sorry, Ronaldo Blackman's ass, as he was sitting in for the Dallas Mavericks. And whoever was sitting there for the 76ers, I don't give a crap. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking to Scout U, National College Scout, Mackenzie Shizzle. Shizzle my nizzle. But first, our Sports Minute with the Tommy Scoopster.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, folks. We are back once again. I am Scoops with some scores for you guys. But first, as always, we're going to start off with some news here. As Errol mentioned just now, before we actually came on the air, the NBA draft lottery just concluded with the Mavericks winning the number 1 pick, a season which actually traded superstar Luka Doncic. The team will likely draft first projected overall Cooper Flag, as some other teams in the top 5 are the Spurs, who get the number 2 pick, as Errol mentioned. The 76ers get the number 3 pick, and the Hornets are getting the number 4 pick, with the Jazz ending up with the number 5 pick. Over in some NFL news, the Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson says that the teams have cut off any contract talks or any contract discussions after a dispute regarding a new deal. Hendrickson, who actually just led the league this past year with 17.5 sacks, is on his final year of his 4-year extension that he signed, and is set to have offers, and said that the offers that were gave to him before the draft did not match the same vision, and him and his coaches were not on the same page. Therefore, the status of Hendrickson's contract is possibly in limbo. The Saints are also signing undrafted rookie QB Hunter Deckers. Now, a day after the retirement of the veteran QB Derek Carr after 11 seasons in the NFL, the team will be having an open competition with second-rounder Tyler Show, Spencer Rattler, and Jake Hayner for the starting job in New Orleans. And as promised, here are some scores now for Scoops' scores over in the NHL for some playoff action. The Hurricanes have a 2-0 lead over the Capitals as Carolina currently holds the 2-1 lead in that series over there. And over here in the NBA, the Celtics have a 56-47 lead over the Knicks in the second quarter. While over in some MLB action right now, we have the Guardians, who have a 5-0 lead over the Brewers. The Tigers with a dominant 12-1 lead over the Red Sox. The Cardinals and Phillies are currently tied with 2 apiece. The Pirates and Mets are also currently tied 1 apiece on the board. The Braves have a 3-1 lead over the Nationals. The Marlins and Cubs are currently With 0 on the board, the Rockies have a 1-0 lead over the Rangers, and the Royals have a 1-0 lead over the Astros. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all the time I have for you guys right now. Make sure you are checking out our YouTube at Jabba in the Mouth and all of our social medias at Twitter, TikTok, and on Instagram, all at Jabba in the Mouth. Without further ado, here is our next guest and the boys for the continuation of Jabba in the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
I'm putting you on a leash now. Speedy's mom. They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Oh, he's the ladies' man, all right. I don't know about stealing any girls. He'll be stealing something. I'm not going to go to Mackenzie and ask what Nifton is stealing, ladies and gentlemen. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Jabba and Mouth Show. Your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the speedster, the Speedy, the Speedy himself. You can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our guest in, ladies and gentlemen, our show is brought to you by Ice Shaker. Do you like that, Speedy? Do that one time for me. Ice Shaker. That's right. A little scary right there. You got to get that raw. Give me a raw. Ice Shaker. All right, now you really sound disgusting. You can go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official licensed collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy a free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want yourself an ice shaker, you definitely don't want a New York Knicks ice shaker right now because they're losing, as we expected them to do all the way to the fourth quarter. But if you want your Knicks ice shaker, you want a Celtics ice shaker, you want a Jokic ice shaker, or how about a wonderful Jabba in the Mouth ice shaker, you go to iceshaker.com and get your very own ice shaker. Come on, Speedy. Ice shaker. All right. You sound like you're a pervert now. And now, ladies and gentlemen, she's been waiting. I was about to say something else, but I'm being serious. She's been waiting. We are now talking to Scout U, National College Scout, Mackenzie Shizzle. Mackenzie, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm super excited to chat with you all and excited to connect. I love doing things like this, and I got to up my energy, I guess. Everyone's got a great personality going on here, but I'm excited to be here. So thanks for having me.
Well, if you actually knew Snoop Dogg, you would have the perfect last name. I mean, Shizzle my nizzle. I mean, that would be, I mean, you should hang out with the one and only Snoop Dogg. I mean, the first time I met Snoop Dogg, he was DJing on a stage in Tampa as he was there at the Super Bowl. He was guest DJing and showing his little, his toast of, Speedy's little cucumber weed, but nevertheless, he was smoking something. It looked like a cucumber, by the way. It was a stick cucumber or somebody else, or sausage, as Speedy would say. But Mackenzie,
no, that's Kenny's department.
That's true. That's Kenny. Well, Kenny's department is, doing something else. Anyways, Mackenzie, obviously, we wanted to get into a little college sports for women, and women's sports is growing, not only in college basketball, but lacrosse and all the track and field. Some of the best runners, some of the fastest track and field runners we've seen come out for the United States over the last, I would say, 20 years. It's been sensational. And now you have the NIL deals.
Hey, hold on. Don't forget volleyball.
And volleyball. Yes.
Hey, we set a woman's record for the most fans ever at a volleyball.
I'm sorry.
True.
We had to give the volleyball. Nebraska volleyball, as Job
just checking.
over there is, he's a huge supporter of those women smacking that ball over the net, as well as Speedy is. But nevertheless, Mackenzie, tell us a little bit about how women's college sports has changed since the NIL deal has come into repetition.
Yeah, it's a huge topic, obviously, in the last couple of years. And since it's opened doors to revenue sharing, financial gain, endorsements, sponsorships, all of that kind of stuff with this new age era of social media, it's just blown up. And if you want to gain traction with NIL and endorsements and your sponsorships, there's really no limit to really where it can take you. And obviously on those high profile teams like Nebraska volleyball and LSU basketball and teams like that, UNC soccer, all eyes are on those sports because those are the biggest names in those college sports for women. And it's trickled down. The trickle down effect is massive. Young girls are watching, young boys have idols of Caitlin Clark. Like it's really cool to see this movement is phenomenal, and NIL has just changed the game entirely really for women's and men's college sports.
So how does that affect what you do with your scouting company, and the NIL, like the process of it going into it in comparison to some of the past methods we've seen college teams when it comes to recruiting?
Yeah, so it's a tricky area to navigate, especially in the position that I'm in, obviously for legality factors, but just making sure that potential recruits actually understand what NIL is, and how it's going to affect you based on what level you play. Obviously, Division I athletes are going to benefit the most from NIL, depending on the schools that they go to, the financial backing of those institutions as well, and what kind of support they have from their donors and boosters. Obviously, your D2, D3 athletes probably aren't going to see that much gain from NIL, unfortunately. And a large percentage of high school athletes or transfer students are going to fall into that category of D2, D3. It's the elite of the elite that are going to play D1 and really benefit from those NIL deals and endorsements. So it's kind of first a reality check to see if these kids and their families have a good understanding, and then from there kind of figure out the best way to navigate that scenario.
Yeah, Mackenzie, and my son's a freshman in college playing sports, so I've
Yeah.
tried to better educate myself on it as well, because it's obviously new in so many different dynamics. But how do you feel like from the recruiting side? Do you feel like it's impacted it in a positive or negative way? And do you think there should be a cap, or how could you facilitate it to maybe be better, where you have all these other schools, right, that can, hey, you're going to get X amount, and then other schools now from the recruiting process, now you've got to let them know that. Like, do you feel like it's affected it, and there should there be a cap or no?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm probably a small minority of thinking that there should be a cap. I think there needs to be some more structure to it. Okay, sweet.
Yep.
um, I think it's kind of gone all like free willy nilly a little bit, and there's no structure, and it changes constantly. Like with this recent NCAA settlement, the judge keeps implementing different revisions and requiring these by the attorneys that are representing, but it keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed, and everything's changing, and there's no clarity. So how are these attorneys supposed to navigate this settlement? How is that supposed to trickle down to compliance officers at schools and then relayed onto their student athletes? There's really no clear cut direction of what's actually happening. And the more you keep it wide open for earning potential, revenue sharing, all of that kind of stuff, it just takes away from the what college sports is about. Like, you're there, one, to get an education, two, to represent and play at the highest level that you possibly can, that's realistic for you, and be part of something that a lot of people don't ever get to do in their entire lives, don't even get to dream of it. And I think that's taken away from what college sports really is all about. So I think the cap would be a necessary path or direction to go to that makes sense to me. Now, nothing in the NCAA has made sense recently to me, so
Right.
I guess we'll be waiting for a while.
We are talking to Scout U National College Scout Mackenzie Shizzle. You know, Mackenzie, we see some of these college players and what they're making right now. They're making a ton of money. We just saw Arch Manning just get a $5.5, $6 million contract from Red Bull. So he's making a ton of money. There are other guys that are making close to that kind of money over the last couple of years. We know a quarterback that was just drafted out of this class in the 5th round that was making a lot of money in college and not making any money with his new signing bonus, because it's not very good, because he was a 5th round draft pick. If you were a college player right now and you're making that kind of money, why would you go and play professional sports? Because now you see the opportunity to become even more of a superstar, bring in more money for your family. playing college ball for 4 years, maybe a 5th year, depending on the sport that you're playing in, and make that kind of money before you even step on a basketball court or an ice hockey rink or, a football field. So what are your thoughts to that? Why is it that anybody should think about going to play, professional sports with the amount of money you can make right now with the NIL deal?
It doesn't even make sense. Like, it really doesn't. What's the point of playing at that professional level when you're making way more as a college kid than you would as a professional athlete in their career? It's getting a little bit out of hand, on the men's and women's side. And depending on sports, obviously, you're gonna get bigger signing bonuses than others. Your salary caps are gonna be different, things like that. But there's women's soccer players at the highest level in college athletics that are making more than I will probably ever make in my lifetime, and they go to the NWSL, the National Women's Soccer League, and their entry cap is $30,000. What's significant about that? And it should be that you have made it to that professional level and you get to play professional sports for your career and work towards something bigger and the longevity of your career. But that's kind of been diminished by what is possibly available in college sports. And then there's that disappointment factor when you are maybe a Division I athlete that isn't making $4 million a year that your benchmate is making or whatever. Like, it just kind of takes away from the excitement and the fun and the grind of college sports to get to that next level and really work hard for it. It's kind of like, well, I could, but I just made $1 million this week, so why would I? And it's just kind of taken away from it, in my opinion.
USA soccer for women has been explosive. They're the best in the world. And you have the men that are making more money than the women over the years. And now all of a sudden, the women have fought over and over and over again. And now they're getting what they want. They're making just as much as the men. And it took them forever to get. Why is it that women don't get the respect that they deserve in those kind of rankings? Because right now, the United States soccer team is the best in the world. And the United States men's football team is probably 11th, 12th.
Barely top 20, probably.
Yeah, I don't even know where they're ranked. Why are they making more money over the years more than the women, and they're better than they are?
Yeah. That's such a controversial topic too. And I'm a very fact, black and white kind of person. Fact is, more people watch men's sports. The MLS, compared to the NWSL, there's more viewership. MLB compared to, we don't even have a real professional softball league that's, to that scale. WNBA, NBA, like the viewership numbers alone, that's fact. There's more people watching men's sports. Now, should that equate to the success of either side and what kind of earning potential they're going to make? No, but that's kind of the day and age that we're in with brand deals, TV partnerships, that kind of stuff. And it's unfortunate that it's taken up until now for people to be like, oh, women can be good at sports and they can play at that next level and they can do these big things, which is so cool to see, but it's just taken a long time. And it's maybe lack of resources, lack of support, lack of voice, lack of outreach, things like that. But people like Caitlin Clark, Carly Lloyd, those big names in female sports have really paved a huge pathway to open those doors. Even in Canada, I'm Canadian. I'm from Canada. We just had our inaugural professional women's soccer league, the Northern Super League, and there's probably 0% of people listening to this that have any idea what I'm talking about. But a few years ago, they incorporated a men's professional league as well. And now the Canadian women's senior national players have kind of opened their eyes and their mouths and been like, we need a path too for little girls that are 4, 5, 6, 7 years old to see that there is a dream for them to chase in Canada. They don't have to go to the US. They don't have to go overseas. And that's also true for American born players too. A lot of women's athletes have to go over to Europe to play professional basketball or professional soccer or whatever it is. So I don't know. It's a weird topic, and I don't understand why it hasn't equated to something a little bit more on equal playing field, but in my brain, the way I think, fact is fact, and more people have been historically watching professional men's sports.
But I just want to let you know something. 2 years ago, when Caitlin Clark was in the Final Four, there were more people watching the Final Four for women than there were with the men. And why? Because Caitlin Clark became a household name. And if more women become what Caitlin Clark has really transitioned into as a superstar, I think it'll change everything for women's sports. And it'll open up the floodgate for more money, more deals, and then obviously billion-dollar opportunities for these women not to go overseas into different countries to support their families and their kids. They can stay home and make their money through endorsements for cars or even sausages for Speedy.
Yeah, no, Mackenzie, I've seen the swing, obviously, us being a volleyball state and seeing the growth of volleyball here and now them finally getting a professional league and obviously some of the girls staying around here playing for the Supernovas and seeing the traction that's getting. But I wanted to bring up something that you brought up earlier. And you talk about the cap, which I 100% agree with. And we talk about, okay, you're making this, but I'm just as big as part of winning as you are. You just may play a sexier position. Do you think that creates some animosity and how that has played into probably the transfer portal too in all sports, where you see it's like, well, now I could go over here and make more money than I'm making here, but I'm winning. Do you think that creates animosity between the athletes itself? Because I mean, I was getting, free meals in college. It wasn't legal, obviously, but everybody did it. And so, but I loved your point on, like, you wanted to work your butt off to be that first round pick, to get to that next level. Not like, well, you know what? If I stay another year, I'm still going to make another like $2 million, or even if it's six figures, you're still making more than 90% of the population in the US. And so there's that part of it too, where I think you hit the nail on the head, where it's taking away of what part of college sports is to try to get to the next level. And, I think there needs to be something done. But do you think that does create animosity a little bit in a locker room or a clubhouse?
I totally think it does. Even before the topic of NIL even came about, I was a college soccer coach, and the transfer portal in itself already created animosity. Even just JUCO transfers, bringing in somebody who has already established their reputation elsewhere to come compete on your team and potentially take your spot. That's going to create a little bit of animosity already. But then when you talk about their brand, that's bigger than yours, probably in a locker room, and your coach and that school is also relying on that player's brand to build what they are, there has to be, and there's no way that it'll never be just sunshine and rainbows all the time. And then when you think about playing time and competing for time on the field, the court, whatever it is, it creates a lot of confusion and negative competition in my opinion. And I think that's what a lot of schools are looking for now, with especially athletes being represented by agents. You can have clear communication with agents instead of the athlete if they're not in the transfer portal yet, which is, what happens at the professional level of sports too. Managers talk to agents and then communicate through that. That's what's happening at college athletics now. And it's just trying to get the best or the biggest brand all at one spot. And it's gonna run out of spots eventually. The earning potential can't be equal or even remotely equal for an entire team. If you think about a football roster, those bigger sports, and it's going to get messy, and there's going to be continuous lawsuits, and there's going to be more settlements, and there's going to be yada yada yada. But where's just turning on the TV and watching Michigan State game like that? Like, what? It's just sports. Like, it should just be college sports, but now it's just become a professional level college sports.
Well, and that's too. Remember, like back when we played, if you got an agent, that lost your amateur status immediately.
Yeah.
And now it's like I'm talking to him like out of high school going into college, like preparing myself. And it was the reason Nick Saban ended up retiring, because they would always have the families over and tell them how great, we're teaching young men. We're doing this.
Start a petition.
What a crybaby. Nick Saban. Just mentioning his name makes me sick to my stomach.
But he's 100% right that they were having parents is like, well, how much are you going to pay my son? Instead of how are you going to better my son? Like my son.
That's been going around all the time. That wasn't during Nick Saban's reign.
Trust me, I know. I
that
was a first-round draft pick. Trust me, I was getting $500 handshakes. I get it.
He was making $10 million a year. Why?
I understand. But my coaches also, too, held us accountable. We had to do community service. We had to sit in the first 2 rows. We never wore a hat in class. We had to be accountable for everything that we did. Now it's like, oh, well, if we don't give him this much money, he's going to be like, peace, I'm out. They're not held accountable anymore. And that's the part of what Mackenzie was saying and why it's taken away is because we're trying to build young men and women. Because what are you going to do in the real world, right? Oh, I don't like my job. I'm going to go find another one. No. Work your ass off, work harder, and get to where you want to go.
But that was then, and this is now. It's a different.
I understand, but this is the point we're trying to say.
I got it. I understand what you're saying. It's just not going to happen that way. It's changing. The world's changing, and these kids think they own everything, and they do own everything. Because as far as sports is concerned, it's not about playing for a team. It's me. It's all about me. How much I can make. How much we can make because of me. So LeBron James has done it for years, and Michael Jordan opened up the floodgates for it. And Michael Jordan was the ultimate team player because he always wanted to be out there and play. Now you have LeBron James, Mr. Bitch himself, who I don't want to play for 10 games because I don't want to get hurt. I want to be ready for the playoffs. You know, that's LeBron James because it's all about money. And these kids understand that the world revolves around money. So the first thing when I go to these kids, and Mackenzie, you know this, the first thing parents are saying is, what are you going to give my kids? What kind of scholarship are you going to give my kids? And then after that, okay, the NIL deal. All right, there's about $2.5 million on the table. Well, guess what? If I go over here to, I don't know, Oklahoma, I can get a deal right now with Coca-Cola, and they'll give me $3.5 million if I go sign over there in Oklahoma. This is the way, though, it works now. It doesn't matter anymore. Oh, well, it's all about the kids. We got to get the kids to understand how to make money. And this is, we got to be fair here. These kids don't care anymore. They don't care anymore where the money is going. All they care about is as long as it's going into their stomachs and their families' pockets. That's all they care about. They don't care about the sports. It's not about the sport anymore. It's about how much money you can pay me to play the sport that my parents raised me to play. That's the way the world works now.
But I don't think every kid thinks like that, and every parent doesn't think like that. No, trust me. I have one in college right now.
I got it, and you raised your kid good. You raised your kid good because I was over there. My nephew is 12 years old, and I'm sitting down right now with their parents, and watching them play ball. And I got a father over there in the corner telling me, "Oh, my son's the best hitter on his travel team. He's the best hitter here. Oh, my son's getting full scholarships." He's 12 years old, and I'm sitting there like, "Dude, your son's playing in a 12. What is this? Pee-wee baseball? Are you kidding me? And this guy's gonna get all these scholarships. Get out of here. Go fly a kite somewhere and hope that there's money going to pour out of the sky." I mean, seriously, it's ridiculous. And that's the problem with parents now. They're not teaching them the sport because they want to learn how to play the sport and teach them competitiveness and teamwork. They're teaching their kid, okay, son, if you got a God-given talent, I'm going to help you get there. And in return, you're going to make sure that me and mommy don't have to work ever again when you get into the professional level. That's the way it goes now. They don't care about if their kids are going to school. You have video games now that they're making millions and millions of dollars.
Kyler Murray's taking eligibility for that.
Millions. There's a 17-year-old right now making $7.5 million sitting at home and playing video games. I don't even remember what his video game name is. I forget what it's called. Fox Love or whatever the hell he calls himself. And people watch him play, and sponsors pay him to do that. He doesn't have to go to school anymore. Mommy and daddy are bringing him coffee. Mommy and daddy are buying him crumpets and bringing him pizza. And he can get fat on his fat ass as long as he can wiggle and twiggle on his freaking fingers. That's all they care about, putting money in their pockets. I'm
Mackenzie,
sorry.
Have you noticed too? Like,
I'm sorry,
we've played with some guys and from the recruiting side where they're like now, because as you brought up social media and how like there's so much more, I guess, attention with, all these camps and all the other stuff that they can see the social media side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think too now that they're talking to kids in middle school and it's like, this is the number one ranked kid of 2031. And you're like, well, that's 6 years away. And we had 2 kids here for baseball commit when they were in 8th grade. Do you think they're attacking more in early?
I think so. I'm in a small town, Quincy, Illinois, about 45,000 people or so. A lot of kids here travel to St. Louis to play their travel sports, about 2 hours. There is 2028, so she is a freshman going into her sophomore year. She has been offered by the entire Big Ten, the entire SEC, half of the Big 12 for basketball. And it's like, these kids are kids. You asked me when I was 14 what I wanted to do when I grew up, no idea. Asked me when I was a freshman in college, I still had no idea. But these kids are kids, and the point of playing youth sports, sure, is to move on to play at the next level, but you need to enjoy it at some point. And now it's getting earlier and earlier and earlier with recruiting. But even just with travel sports in general, there's 8-year-olds in travel sports traveling 4, 5, 6 hours away to play in showcases and tournaments. And what good is that doing? Just play your team sport, get better at it, learn, figure it out from there. But now it's just the competition factor, and it's so pressurized from things like social media, TV, all of that kind of stuff. Has to be earlier. You have to get on it now. You have to do this. You have to do that, which is realistic if you are prospected to be the elite of the elite, the 1%. Now, this kid in Quincy, she's 6'4" and 13, 14 years old. Of course, she's going to grab attention, but that is not your average freshman high school athlete, especially a girl. So it's pressure. It's pressure cooking. It's exploding on social media, and it has happened a lot earlier. I have a lot of families that reach out to me about their 8th graders, their 9th graders, and truly, to me, unless you know that you are going to play at the highest level possible, that Division I, P4 level, take your time, figure out what college is all about, what your sport is all about, what your role is, where you can best fit in and be successful for yourself, playing time in the classroom, making friends, having a good experience instead of the bright, shiny lights that everything is now kind of all about.
And just so you know, and we know Preston Carey, who is a young kid. He was 14 years old when he was being recruited. He's been recruited by 30 different college Division I teams. He's gotten full scholarship offers, all the SEC teams, all the Big 12, right? Pac-12, right?
It's not anymore. It's Big 12 or Big 10.
Big 12 or Big 10. All of them have offered him full rides, and the kid is unbelievable. So I'm just saying, I just think that right now these kids are getting offered so much money and so many opportunities before they even get a chance to play high school senior ball, and they already know where they're going. Preston's making an announcement this June on where he's going to play college next year. I mean, not this year, next year. And he's not even a senior. So it's crazy what these kids, and he already knows by the time I think he's a 4-star recruit. He already knows that when he plays college ball, he's going to get an NIL deal from 1 or 2 sponsors right now from Long Island that are going to give him a huge pay grade that he's never even imagined he's going to see, because he's never worked a day in his life. His job was to get on a football field and play football, Mackenzie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. But Mackenzie, we absolutely adore you. We love everything that you're doing right now for Scout U, and keep up the good work. Tell the fans how they can find you, and any of the girls, any of the parents that are looking for some help in that area of expertise, how they can find you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on Twitter, Mac_Shizzle. I'm on Instagram, Mackenzie_ScoutU, same as TikTok. I'm posting daily reels and TikTok videos with tips, insights, settlement updates that never end, all of that kind of stuff. My DMs are open. My email is available. And I love having conversations with everybody about sports, recruiting, all of that kind of stuff. I was once in somebody's shoes that are watching this. I was a young athlete wanting to play at the next level, and I got to do that. I played at the Division I level, coached at the Division II level. I have a lot of insight and knowledge to share. So super excited to chat with anybody who wants to, and I'm really, really appreciative to have chatted with you guys tonight. This was awesome, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity.
Absolutely. And if you have anything to help Nathan grow a little bit, because he's like 5'6", 5'5", whatever you need to sprinkle like fairy dust to help him grow, shoot out of that pants of his, please, Mackenzie, help him out. He really needs your help.
All right, you act like you're 7 foot tall.
No, but I'm not 5 foot 5'6". I'm 5'10.5". I'm not small.
A lot of hot ladies.
As Nathan always says, a lot of hot ladies.
Mackenzie, what sport do you think Nathan would have the best chance at an athletic scholarship?
Badminton.
Esports, hey, you don't have to be tall.
No, that's true. I mean, I don't know if Nathan has the comfortability. I mean, he likes to do this to women. I'm sorry. I have to let you hear this. Hold on. Here it is.
A lot of hot ladies.
Oh, that's not the one. Where is this?
They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Where's the? Oh, there it is. This one.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
He's putting you on a leash now. So that's what he's known for. He's all about the leashes. But anyways, Mackenzie, we love you. Keep up the good work. We would definitely love to get you on the show.
Totally.
In the very near future and talk a little bit more about college sports and maybe get some of these young girls that are right now here in New York or Nebraska on the show with you so they can get, or Canada and have your insight of where you think they should go and the route they should go in the future.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mackenzie Shizzle. I love that name, by the way. Shizzle my nizzle. As we all say, well, Snoop Dogg always says. And I'm telling you, if you want to remember somebody's name, Shizzle. I mean, that's it. I mean, Marks, Skid Marks. Everybody remembers that. I mean, and Speedy, what's your last name? Kloiber.
Kloiber.
Yeah, that's not an easy name to think about. I mean, maybe a Kloifish. How about that? And then Nathan, how do you pronounce Nathan's last name? Speedy?
Ramachandra.
That's a mouthful, if you know what I mean. Anyways. Oh, Mackenzie Shizzle. It's a mouthful. It's funny. I'm a little lost sometimes. And right now, maybe watching this Knicks team, it's making me lost. But the name Shizzle is perfect. And the first thing when I saw her first name, Shizzle, the first thing that popped into my head is Snoop Dogg. Shizzle my nizzle. He always says that. Or Warcry Frazier. He says like, Shizzy my nizzy, right? Or whatever he said. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Sound It Out.
Big roll here. Jay Quellen. Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here?
Do you mean Jacqueline?
Let's sound it out.
What you call me?
Sound it out.
By the way, I see Fish's faces like, he's about to have a heart attack with the Knicks. Don't worry, Fish. It's not the fourth quarter yet.
No, I honestly, I was more like, I can't believe you're saying this stuff to Miss Shizzle here about Nathan, revealing Nathan's true nature.
I mean, come on, man.
As the
A lot of hot ladies.
I mean, come on.
The big Nick.
Come on, Nathan.
I'm putting you on a
money. All right, so this is Sound It Out, guys. Sound It Out is one of these great segments we do where Errol gets to pronounce names
that was incorrect.
Of famous athletes. Not Speedy's mom. He knows Speedy's mom pretty well, I would say. Not as well as Nathan is insinuating in his drop. But well enough that better than he'll be able to pronounce these names. Errol, I decided to go easy on you this time. We got the NBA going on. We're going NBA with our names for Sound It Out. But the thing is, I wanted to go retired names. So I have some names that I think you should be able to pronounce. And I'm expecting 2 out of 3 tonight.
All right.
Because I believe in you.
All right.
All right, here we go. First one coming on up. Sound It Out.
Galskis.
Give me the whole thing.
Oh, my God.
LeBron's first big man.
Galskis.
No.
Zadrunas.
Ilgauskas.
I still get half. That should be fair. I get
All right,
half
we'll give you 0.5.
half a point. Half a point. That's fair.
Just like you're 5'10" and a half, we'll give you half a
I
point.
am 5'10" and a half.
For 10.
There's no
I
question
know.
that I am. I actually went.
That's like when a kid goes, "I'm 6 and a half years
5'10" and a
old."
half. I'm actually a little bit bigger than 5'10" and a half, but I say 5'10" and a half because that's what I am.
Like 3/8 or
Yeah,
like 5/8.
I forget what the doctor told me today. I actually went to a doctor. I went to a foot doctor, got weighed, and actually he wanted to see how tall I was because of my foot. Actually, and by the way, for all the fans out there, even if you're flat-footed, you could be half flat-footed, and that's what I am. I didn't even know that. So
half flat-footed.
You're not fully flat-footed. Yes, I didn't know that. So
I didn't know that either. I'm gonna have to ask my podiatrist next time I go see them. Here's the second one. This guy, I'm pretty sure, is retired, and I think he was on every team in the NBA. Errol, sound it out.
What in the hell?
Luke Richard Mambayamota. Mute.
Luke Richard Mbamute.
I was right.
He was on the Nets, wasn't he, Speedy?
What was it?
At some point? Was he on the Nets at some point?
Yeah, I think so. Like you said, among other
I don't
teams.
know why you thought I was going to get that. That's ridiculous.
I mean, it's not a hard name. There's only like a 4-letter name mixed in with some other. All right, so here's one.
You don't think that's a
I know
hard
you know this guy. This guy that's coming up in our last one for Sound It Out, Errol, is a NBA Hall of Famer.
Okay, let's hear.
You know this guy. You've
All right,
made impressions of this man.
All right.
But have you ever tried to pronounce his entire name? Sound it out!
Yeah, right. Dikembe Mutombo. Hold on. Laplundo, Mukamba, John, Jackas, Wamutombo. I mean, yeah, what?
You know, the saddest thing is, I think the only thing you got wrong was Jean-Jacques.
So
Because that's the French.
So that I should get it all right. That's not fair.
I don't think it's Maplundo.
Nobody
I'm going to go out there and say that it's probably a silent M. I looked it up. There's no pronunciations. He insisted.
That's it. What the hell are you giving
Fun
me?
fact, he insisted in an All-Star game that they put his entire name on the screen. You can find one of the 1990s All-Star games of that name on the screen. Guys, Errol, you got, I don't know, a half a point. You got 3/8 of a point on this one. We'll give you, we'll give you 1 out of 3. Not bad. All-Star, maybe a little below. That's still 300 hitter. Nice job. On Sound It Out.
You are a pain in the ass. That is absolutely ridiculous. Makes me sick to my stomach, and thank you for embarrassing me once again on a ridiculous show. I honestly, that's ridiculous. You made it even harder. I don't care what his other 4 names are. All I care about is Dikembe Mutombo. Okay,
It just made me laugh. So actually, it's his second name. It's Dikembe Mutombo, and then 5 other names. But really, apparently, his name's Dikembe Wamutombo, and they shorten it to Mutombo. They don't use that second name. It's really just a nickname for his last name, Wamutombo.
I don't give a crap. How about that? You could take that and sell that and wrap it all up and shove it up.
R.I.P. By the way, right? He passed away.
There you go. That's right.
Yeah,
May he rest in peace. Yes, he just passed away. Heart attack. Massive heart attack. Right? I think it was a heart attack, right, Speedy? Was it a heart attack or cancer? It was one or the other.
I thought it was some kind of cancer.
I think it might have been cancer. I'm not quite sure. But cancer. Brain cancer.
Deepest voice of anyone maybe ever in history.
He did have some dynamite little guest appearances on shows when he would talk.
Jay Leno.
They were
Jay
great.
Leno. I loved it on Jay Leno when he went over there. And Jay Leno would look up and he was like, "You think I can climb you?" The Golden Knights won their first game of the series versus the Oilers in game number 3 on a deflection by one and only Riley Smith. We all know who he is. He was part of that St. Louis Blues championship team. Remember him? with a 0.4 second left. The second latest game-winning goal in NHL history, only behind Winnipeg's Game 7 of the first round. The Stars beat the Jets 5-2 in game number 3 to take a 2-1 series lead, with Mikko Rantanen leads the NHL playoffs with 17 points expected and has either scored or assisted on 15 of the last 17 star points. The Hurricanes blew out the Capitals 4-0 in game number 3 to take a 2-1 series lead. The Hurricanes have won the most home games of any team in the NHL combined with the regular season and the playoffs. The Panthers rallied back to tie the series with the Maple Leafs, as well as they should have. 2-2 by Sergei Bobrovsky. Got a shutout in game 4 after allowing 12 goals combined in the first 3 games. Well, let's go to the Panthers first, because it's been remarkable, but we expected this. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who the Florida Panthers are, you should have saw them when they made that trade for Marchand at the trade deadline. When they made that trade with the Boston Bruins to bring in Marchand, I knew, even without Kachuk and him being ready for the playoffs, because they did exactly what Tampa did over the last couple of years with their salary and their money. Well, I knew they were the favorites of coming out of the Eastern Conference. And the Florida Panthers started off very slow in this series, and they're starting to figure it out. They have obviously a championship-winning coach, a championship-winning goaltender, and their defense is starting to figure things out with the Maple Leafs. Now, the Maple Leafs are still a very good team, very well coached by a guy that's won a Stanley Cup before with the St. Louis Blues, and Craig Berube. I expect this series now to go 7 games. I don't think this series goes further, not further than 7 games. I think anybody that thinks it'll go 6 games and somehow the Panthers win the next 2 games, you're out of your damn mind. I do believe that Toronto is going to fight and scratch and pull all the way to the game 7. If Florida wins this series, this might be the hardest series they're going to have to contend with, because I don't think the Hurricanes or the Capitals can withstand what the Panthers are going to give to them if they meet in the Eastern Conference Finals. But if the Maple Leafs come out of this series, I think the Maple Leafs beat the Hurricanes and beat the Capitals. Whoever comes out of this Panthers series is coming out of the East. And boy, oh boy, would this be a story if the Maple Leafs beat the Panthers and go all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals. They haven't been to a Stanley Cup Finals in over 50 years. Just think about that. Over 50 years. After making the move to bring in John Tavares and drafting, one of the best young players in Austin Matthews, and all the different players that they brought in, and the goaltenders that we've seen, and the last good one that we've seen over there in Maple Leafs history was Felix Potvin. Remember Felix Potvin, the cat? They haven't had a good goalie in a very, very long time. And they've bought goaltender after goaltender after goaltender, and it just never worked out. I think that this team has figured it out. Now, they got to get over this Florida Panther hump, and a lot of people still think they're the best team right now going into the playoffs. Now, the Hurricanes, I think the Hurricanes are the better team than the Capitals. They have the best defense still in the playoffs. They have arguably 2 of the best defensemen, underrated defensemen in the NHL. And their goaltending stink, but their goaltending has stunk forever. And they still find a way to get themselves deeper into the playoffs. The question is, are they ever going to figure out what their goaltending problem has been over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years? Rob Brindamore has been there a long, long time, and he still can't figure it out. So I expect the Hurricanes to come out of this series. I think that series goes 7 games as well. The Stars and Jets. The Stars are the better team. There's no question that they are. But something tells me that the Jets are going to find their way all the way to a game 7. And it's going to depend on goaltending. And Hellebuyck, who has not been a playoff goalie, I think it's going to be between Ottinger and him, the 2 American goalies. And I think it's going to come down to who is going to be able to stand on their head in game number 7. The crazy thing is Mikko Rantanen, all right? This guy was traded to 2 different rosters in the middle of the season. Just think about it. He went from Colorado. Remember that? He went from Colorado to Carolina to Dallas. Okay? Just think about it. 3 teams that were playoff bound. And boy, oh boy, I'm sure Colorado wishes that they never traded Mikko Rantanen because he is on a tear right now. He's been the best player in the playoffs. I mean, the guy hasn't done anything wrong offensively. Even defensively, he's been in the penalty killing. Did he score a shorthanded goal? I think he did.
I don't think any of them were shorthanded, but I think they just scored one right after the power play.
He's been unbelievable. It's been fun to watch. And then the Golden Knights. I mean, this series is I still think this series is over. I think Edmonton is the better team. The Golden Knights are showing you why they've been as good of a team in the Western Conference as any of these teams over the last couple of years. I just don't know if they have the firepower to get over with Edmonton. I think Knoblauch is one of the best young coaches in the league, and Draisaitl and McDavid are the two best players in the world. So, and I still think, and by the way, Riley Smith, and is it the same Riley Smith?
No, you're thinking of Ryan O'Reilly.
Ryan O'Reilly. That's right.
Former Ranger earlier this season.
Riley Smith was a former Ranger, and he was a defenseman, right?
He's a fourth line winger, and then he was with the Bruins for most of his career.
All right, so Riley Smith with a deflection. I see. I was wrong about what I was saying over there, but nevertheless, I don't think the Golden Knights are going to win this series. I still have my money on Edmonton. I think it's going to be Edmonton in the Western Conference Finals again, and it's all about goaltending with Edmonton. If they could find just a little bit of goaltending, this team can win a Stanley Cup. They're just like the Hurricanes. They're a good, well-oiled machine until you get to the pipes, and the pipes are ramming up Speedy's his derriere.
No, they're not ramming up there. But one thing that the Edmonton Oilers have still proven is they still have that kind of
A lot of hot ladies.
clutch factor. They're kind of like the college basketball equivalent of Florida. Like they're coming back in every period, like the Florida Gators did at the end of the game. Like down 2 goals to the Kings in Game 3 when they were down 2-0 in the series, and they've done it really ever since. They still tied that game with Vegas 3-3.
Anyone!
And then, like Errol was saying, Skinner just made a aggressively reckless play to try to go for the puck, and then Riley Smith, smart play on him, a tough angle to get that buzzer beater in, and that series all of a sudden looks a little different. But I'm still with Errol. I think Edmonton still looks like the better team.
I'm not doing any freaking tag team.
I don't think the Vegas Golden Knights have established their depth enough. The Dallas and Winnipeg series, I think Hellebuck definitely deserves a lot of the question mark, but their defense still has not looked as good as it usually does either. Outside of Rangers legend Neil Pionk, he's actually looked pretty good. The rest of the defense has been very suspect so far, and Dallas's depth is outmatching Winnipeg's depth entirely, especially now getting Mikko Rantanen back. Hurricanes are the better system over the Capitals. It makes sense. They're the reason that the defense is the reason that the goaltending has played as well. And they haven't had to switch goalies like Edmonton has in that series. But yeah, I think that series could still go 7 as well. I like Carolina as well with that
beneficial
system. But you're right. I don't trust them against either Toronto or Florida. Toronto's a very well-rounded team.
Creaming involving people's faces.
The question is, can they play a low-scoring style of game like what you
Goody
saw
likes that one.
in Game 4?
No!
They got badly outmatched. I think they were outshot by 9 in the first period or something like that. It was one of their worst games, probably their worst game of the postseason.
This is having a heart attack right now.
And if Florida can establish that style again, yeah, they're the better team.
Knicks
But
down
Toronto
2.
get it back to the higher scoring team. They have a good depth this year and really good young goaltending with Wall. He's been a top prospect for a while that hasn't played much because he's just been hurt a lot. And then Stolar's unfortunate what happened to him with the Sam Bennett crashing the nets, and he's been hurt right now. But Wall played very well. It wasn't his fault they lost Game 4.
I think the Stolar's injury is looming over this series right now. They have not they're in all their momentum, and that's a team that they can't lose any momentum against. They're way too good, and I don't think that Toronto's going to come back. I don't think that they have a chance. Florida just needed one little opening. They completely shut them down in Game 4. I think this is going to be one of those series. Errol, you mentioned it earlier with basketball, where you get up 2-0 and then the other team just blitzes you 4 games in a row. Yep. Knicks are trying to avoid that right now, doing their damnedest right here. But it really can. I think that's going to happen in Florida. I think they're just going to power home. After what I saw in Game 4, it was no offense. They had no offense in that game. Florida figured it out. And I think Carolina is better than the Capitals too. But you kind of want to see Ovechkin go until he can't anymore. You know what I mean? So you're going to want to see it. But I that's what it's been. And the thing, Errol, that I can't get over is they had Rantanen, and they let him go because they didn't want to go all in on this season completely. Because they could have kept him Carolina. Because Carolina with Rantanen, I think they win. Without him, I don't think they're as good as Florida.
No.
I think Dallas has a great shot at coming out because of how Rantanen's playing.
Yep.
This guy's the key of the playoffs right now. So many
I don't know.
different sliding doors.
We've seen
They
this
could play in the
before.
finals to Dallas and Carolina.
We've seen this before. We've seen players get traded at the trade deadline. They show up in the playoffs and they get hot. I remember when the Rangers won the Stanley Cup in '94, the Rangers made a move to bring in guys like Stefan Matteau and Esa Tikkanen.
Well, the Tony
and Steve
Amonte
Larmer.
trade was the famous trade that year, right? Where he
Steve Larmer.
sells a young guy in Amonte. He gets more veteran pieces
Steve
that fit
Larmer.
better with the team, like Steve Larmer, who, in a vacuum, you keep the younger guy, right? Like for the future. But they wanted to win that year. And I'm really if I was a Hurricanes fan, I'd be pretty pissed. Because you could have had that guy, and that guy's playing outside of Connor McDavid.
Well, here's the thing. I believe the Hurricanes did not want to sign him in the offseason. He wanted big dollars and cents, and there was no way Carolina was going to do that after all the money that they invested. And they got to invest it in one of the defensemen coming up too. So they're not going to do that. So I do believe that Rantanen was going to be a rented player, unless Carolina said, you know what, we're going to rent him. We're all about winning a championship. Look what the Yankees did with Soto. The Yankees knew that they were going to rent Soto. They gave up Michael King, and anybody that remembers this show and knows how I felt. I did not want to trade Michael King. I would have traded anybody, any young player in their farm system, even Jones. I would have never traded Michael King. Look what Michael King is doing right now. And you can see right now, and the Yankees right now, as an organization, are going to try to get Michael King back one way or another. But we'll see what happens. And what's going on now? I see people happy, and then what's going on here?
So Towns, it was kind of funny. Like Tatum is just so fast driving coast to coast. Towns tried to backpedal. It was like a 70-year-old man trying to dance. Like he could not move backwards fast enough. But Hart reached in and slapped the crap out of Tatum's wrist, and Tatum went down pretty hard. So the one that he's got some wrapping on already. So nice foul, but it's because Towns is just garbage. Doing
Defensively, and now Niffin's playing with himself. Anyways, so that's what we see is going on right now in the NHL playoffs. It's been fun. Hockey is the best time. So if you have a chance after the show to pop on some of the hockey games, this is the best time when it comes to professional sports. You look at baseball, you look at football, you look at basketball or hockey. You ask anybody, what would you rather watch when it comes to playoffs? It's NHL hockey. It's not even an argument, and it hasn't really been nothing to cry about. It's very suspenseful, and again, these series have been fun to watch. We'll see what happens. The fact that Florida came back from a 2-0 deficit, and even the Star Series and Golden Knights, I mean, all these series are going to be all the way to the nitty and the gritty, all the way down to the Game 6 or Game 7. So it's going to be fun, as we all believed it to be. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tic tac no.
Boss, right in the butt. What? We get the prizes cheap because they're stolen.
No. Now here's your host, the Tick himself, Owen Tick Reckner.
And it's not the Tick, ladies and gentlemen, as it's been back-to-back weeks with the Speedster.
Yes, it has been, and we're going to start it off this week.
Ripping a dump, like we say all the time.
No. Deuce of the day is on Thursday.
Well, you like to take dumps, don't you?
I don't like it. Sometimes
what was the
happen.
smelliest dump that you can remember this year?
Oh, no.
You don't remember your smelliest dump?
my own dumps.
No, you don't smell your own dumps?
I don't track my own dumps.
I do. I track them. All right. Why don't you? My smelliest dump was a couple of weeks ago. I can remember it was a Saturday, and it was at an event that I was at. I had to lock the bathroom. There's 2 stalls. I had to lock the bathroom because I really had to. You know how you really have to go to the bathroom?
What did you eat, though, that made you do
I don't
that?
remember. I don't remember, but you know how you have that feeling in your intestine area where you have to go? Well, I felt like that. I had to squeeze the cheeks. I ran to the bathroom. I locked the door, and boy, oh boy. You know how they have those spray things in the buildings? It was spraying like ultimate times. That's how smelly it was. Now, when I came out, it smelled like a dead rat was in there. So, and I know because it was there. It was lingering. I actually thought it was smelly when I went back in there, maybe 15, 20 minutes later to take another dump. That's how bad I had to go.
All right, let's consult the expert. Tommy, do you remember what your smelliest dump was this year?
Come on, Tubbs.
Oh, I think I do have that answer. I think one time after leaving Buffalo Wild Wings, had some of their wings over there. Yeah, that'll do it to you.
How hot was the wings?
They were medium, not too hot. I don't like spicy wings.
Dissect.
I did have to dissect it. Like it was like, gotta make sure it was going.
Anyone!
But no, yeah. It started off as like a smelly ass fart, and then you had when I let my bowels go, that was where it unleashed. So yeah, I would say Buffalo Wild Wings did it for me.
You just made my nipples hard.
Unleashed, so it's the opposite of nipping.
Pulled it out of my ass.
Nice.
I got nothing on that one.
All right, we'll start with this tic-tac-no edition in the NBA playoffs. So Steph Curry obviously...
By the way, the Knicks have an 88-85 lead at the end of the third. All right.
So the last time the Warriors had a full playoff series without Steph Curry, it was in 2018. They won again in the first round against what team?
2018, you said?
2018.
So he was injured for the series, what you're saying?
Whole series. It was the first round.
2018. Who did they play?
Let's go, Knicks. Come on.
Would have to be one of the years that they were like invincible almost.
That was the first year they had
so
KD?
they would have like an 8 seed. They would
It was the second year they had
Second
KD.
year they had KD. Who the hell did they play in the first round?
I'm going to guess here.
I'm going to guess. Okay, no, you got.
No, you go first.
I want to say, I think this is wrong, but I think right the same. I'm going to say Spurs.
You are right.
Hey,
You
let's
took
go.
mine, you little bastard.
I didn't know you were going to say that. You said go ahead.
I know, you little bastard.
Hey, that's you and me on that one. There we go.
No, it was yours.
Well, I don't think Scoops has his head on the graphic board yet, so I think it's still Errol's head this is going to go on there.
Yeah, we'll put Errol's head anyways. Let's do that.
That
We'll
ugly
use-
mug, I don't think you want that.
We'll use Errol's head, but where are you going, Tommy?
We'll go right there, actually. We'll leave it on the Huskers.
All right.
Yeah,
starting
better
over
believe it.
here. Right there. All right, next
You want to
question,
look
Speedy.
at that emblem.
It's like it was meant to be there.
All right, let's go to the NHL. So Winnipeg has a chance to make their first Stanley Cup in their franchise history, even the original one, not the Atlanta Thrashers moving over. They are one of 5 teams that have never reached a Stanley Cup. You guys can have 2 guesses each on this. Name the other 4.
Well,
hold on one
never
second.
gone to the cup.
That have
Have
never
it?
reached the cup.
Like not won it, they just have never got there.
You reached it.
So wait, we have one of the 4 teams you said?
All 4. You guys
All
get
4?
multiple guesses, but you have to name all 4.
All right, give me the NHL. I'll tell you right now. Hold on. Let me just pull up the
Should I
NHL.
look up teams? I'm not like cheating here. I'm just looking
No,
at teams.
I'll put it up. I'll put it up right now, and
Okay,
I'll
you
tell
got it.
you.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you right here. Let me go standings. Where the hell is the standings?
Is that including like expansion teams?
And teams that don't exist anymore.
Every team was at one point an expansion team, so you have to be more specific.
Okay, I'll tell you right now. Hold on.
Are they all still active?
I'm not going back to like, the Montreal Maroons.
Okay, well I didn't know if you were pulling an Owen on us.
All
So,
right.
like,
Why
I know the
were you going to
Kraken-
guess the Montreal Maroons, Java?
But like, I know the
I would
Kraken-
imagine one of them is going to have to be the Kraken.
I was about to say the Kraken, and then you have Utah. Oh, no, Utah. Never mind. That was already team 4. I'm an idiot.
San Jose Sharks.
They've reached it. I'm pretty sure they.
Speedy, we need you to confirm
San
yes
Jose
or no
Sharks
on
never
these
went to
things.
the
All right,
finals.
so hold on. Which guess is we're going with here? Scoops, you said Kraken is your guess?
Well, yeah, I was
I
going to
said-
say Kraken. Fish said it
All
though.
right.
Well, the Utah Hockey Club has never been.
Kraken is correct. Yes.
Utah Hockey Club.
Utah, formerly the Coyotes. Yes, the Coyotes never went either. So,
Oh, so I would've been right.
you got 2.
Who did the
Is one of them
Whalers
Sharks? I
become?
feel like the Sharks have
Sharks
made
is
it.
incorrect.
Oh, they have made it.
Sharks is incorrect. No, they have made it. They did. It was the first time in 2016. They
Who
lost.
did the Whalers become again? Did they become anybody, or are they
That
just
is for you to figure out.
Buffalo Sabres.
Buffalo is
I'm
incorrect.
right, aren't I?
Well, that's right. Dominic Cash. All
The
right.
Whalers.
Columbus Blue Jackets.
Blue Jackets is correct. Now Errol's out of guesses because you've already done 3.
All right.
Somebody
I'll
else
use
has,
my
Oh,
guess.
Nick. Come on, Nick.
somebody else has
Blue
to finish.
Jackets.
All right. So we got 3. So all you guys got to
Nashville?
No, not Nashville.
do. They were there.
I want to say the Anaheim.
Nope. No, Anaheim was there.
Oh, they
Scoops, you're out of guesses now.
So I hit on both of mine, so I'm out as well.
Yep. So Java, Goody, or I know the other team too. We'll have to try to nail the last.
Oh, I know it as well.
I know what it is.
You already said Buffalo, right?
Yes, Buffalo Errol gets.
I was gonna say.
Teams in the Western Conference, boys.
Well, we said Buffalo, we said Seattle, we said
Western
Utah.
Conference. Yeah, Seattle was right. Utah and
Did
Columbus.
we say Minnesota Wild?
And Goody gets it. There you go, Good. There you go. Pull it out of your ass.
You just made
All right, Goody.
As he's looking at his phone.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
He's just trying to figure out who plays hockey.
Like, I never even heard of the half of these teams.
All right.
Colorado Avalanche. Come on.
What?
Bro.
Never
You
heard
know
of
what the
them.
Colorado Avalanche is?
All right.
If you
Calgary
name
Flames.
the GM of the team, I'll give you $10.
If I what?
You can name the GM of the team, Colorado Avalanche.
I zero clue. I have no idea. Couldn't even think.
Played
His
on
name.
the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, he played.
Couldn't tell you, bud.
Joe
All
Sack.
right.
Yeah.
Where are you going,
Look,
Goody?
This was the yeah. Let's go middle. This was the other one I had. I literally. thought- I think this is the name. Tampa Power around the corner. I knew it was a little off when that came on. But Las Vegas Golden Knight, Buffalo Soap, Edmonton Nafters, Roman Beast, for Pittsburgh. Like I was like, this one can't be it. Like this isn't all the teams. Like I don't know what this is. So then I had to scroll through and find the actual where they broke it down in the Western and Eastern Conference. Take my guess from there.
All right. So we'll go to a college one this time and introduce our friend Mackenzie. For our friend Mackenzie, which West Coast school has a record of 49 straight years winning at least one college championship?
We're trying to do this here.
We're getting rid of Nithin. Nithin's done. He's cut off.
Which West Coast school has a record of 49 straight years winning at least one college championship? So like in 49 straight college years, like semesters.
UCLA.
That would have been my guess. Wow.
Not UCLA.
Say that again for a moment.
So which West Coast team has the NCAA record of 49 straight years where they won at least one of their college athletics programs have won a championship? It's not UCLA.
Oh, you know
I'm gonna
what?
take
I got
USC.
a guess.
All right, Fish, what do you got?
Because of their track and field program, I'm going to say Oregon.
Nope.
Damn. They had like the best track team
San Diego.
forever.
Not San Diego. All right, Java, you're the last hope for this one.
Speedy can get the block if he stumps you, Java.
West Coast?
West Coast.
And it's not Oregon, UCLA, USC, or San Diego.
I was gonna think like one of those Ivy League schools that they always win and
like Pepperdine.
Ivy League is not West Coast.
Can I take another guess?
They're all in the East.
I'm not looking. Can I take another guess after?
Nope.
All right.
Well, you could guess after, but I still got a point. Java doesn't
Just guess.
West Coast.
Pepperdine.
No.
It's not Pepperdine.
Something stupid like Utah State or something like that.
No.
Hold on.
All right,
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin's not in the West.
Wisconsin's
West Coast, bro. Even I know that.
You be quiet, you.
Oh my goodness.
Everybody in the geography department.
Goody couldn't even tell you that if Nevada's a city or a state a week ago, and he knows that.
I know Wisconsin is not.
Actually,
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin is
Where's
like
Wisconsin, Goody?
Central. It's central.
Now the real question.
North.
North or south?
North.
You got it. Nice job.
Yeah, well, I know that one. Come on.
Central, but I mean, no.
Who was it?
The answer is Stanford.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's close to. You were right on the right mindset there, Goody. They're like the Ivy of the West, but they're not. They're not an Ivy.
Yeah.
All right. So that means that Speedy gets the block.
I will block. I just want to mention.
Who wants to get the ass?
I just wanted to mention they expanded their streak just
You gotta
just
put your tongue
recently
on something
by
now.
winning the water polo.
I want to do a waffle.
That water polo program never quits. All right, Speedy, next one.
All right, the next one. All right, so we'll go to baseball now. Aaron Judge is hitting 409, which is the third longest stretch, hitting 400 into a season in this century. The other one was Luis Arraez in 2023. And then the last one did it in 2000. Who was it?
Say that again?
So Aaron Judge is the third fastest or third longest as of right now into a season hitting 400 in this century. Luis Arraez did it 2 years ago. He was the second longest, and then the longest streak right now did it in 2000. Who is that player?
Is it to start the year or just like overall?
Yeah, longest into the season. So at this point,
I have 3 guesses, but I can only get one.
2000?
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 guesses.
2000 was the year he did it.
I was hoping you were going to say 94 because it's Paul O'Neill if it's
No,
94.
2000 was the year. No, just 21st century.
It wasn't a Yankee.
No.
I can tell you that. It
Not
wasn't a Yankee.
2000. 2000. Wow. Was it Edgar Martinez?
Nope.
Ooh, I think I have.
I'm
Is
gonna
he a
go
Hall-
with.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
I will confirm that right now. I believe he is, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, well then that you're not for
Oh, I bet I
sure.
know who it is.
Immediately takes away my first guess.
You a Whopper? Willie Whoppers, Speedy! Willie Whoppers!
No, he is not a Hall of Famer.
But good enough that Speedy had to consider it.
Good for me or good for you? It's good for both.
Okay.
Thank you.
The year 2000.
How thick do you like the beef?
I'm gonna go, and I can't remember if he's a Hall. I'm pretty sure he is. So that I'm gonna make myself look stupid. But Todd Helton?
Nope.
He's a
Yeah,
Hall
he
of
just
Famer.
went up recently.
Oh.
He's
I
a Hall of
think I know-
Famer.
No, 2000. I think he was. No, that was earlier.
Oh, I think I know. Shit.
Could you give me a hint on what league he played in?
He took forever to get in the batter's box.
Took forever to get in the batter's box.
The only person I could think of is Nomar Garcia Parra. It takes forever.
And
That
he is
was
correct.
Yeah.
It was one of those two because I remember
Just
they both went off that year.
Nomar.
All right. So
Beluga whales
Jabba,
mating.
Jabba got that one. Where you going, Jabba?
Beluga whales mating.
Mario. Go right.
Doing it together.
Bottom right.
Jerks off with.
All right. All right. So let's keep it
Go the
going.
right way or the left way?
All right, let's go. I'm dominating.
All right,
next word.
Is it like your bush?
Next one goes back to the NBA. So there's 3 non-active players ahead of Donovan Mitchell, who has 27 points per game
Chicks
in the
with dicks.
playoffs on the all-time playoff scoring list. So LeBron, Luka, and Durant are the 3 active players that are above him. Who are the 3 retired players?
What was that again?
Above
So the
27
3
a game?
retired. Yep.
Okay.
The 3 retired players that are ahead of Donovan Mitchell in the all-time playoff scoring list per game.
Well, I mean, Jordan's
Forget
one. of them.
Jordan.
Michael
Jordan
Jordan.
has to be one of them.
Yep, Jordan is one.
Kareem.
So again, you guys both get 2 guesses each again for this. Kareem is incorrect.
I'll take one of my guesses. Will be the Jordan guess. So I only have one left. You all have 2. Except for
I'll say Shaquille O'Neal.
Nope.
Okay, I'll piggyback off that. Kobe.
Nope.
Damn, I was gonna go next.
Damn it.
I have to be over 27. So it
Once
has
he
to be
said
like
that,
a
I was like,
chucker.
okay, I got to guess Kobe, don't I?
I'm going to take another guess. Ready? Larry Bird.
Nope.
No.
So one of them we
That
have
high.
is the other guy.
All right. We all have 2 guesses, right? So if you got one wrong, you still have one more left.
Yeah, I got one.
I have one guess. I'm gonna say Allen Iverson.
Allen Iverson is correct.
All right,
Wow.
I got 2 of them.
Allen Iverson was 29.73. Actually, Donovan Mitchell was 28.1. I have that wrong, but Allen Iverson,
asterisk.
29.73, and Jordan was 33.45. So you need
All right,
one
so
more.
one more guy. You guys got to get the
One more.
last guy. I can't guess anymore because I was too busy being right every time.
Everybody would have got Jordan Fish. Relax.
I said it first.
I even said Michael Jordan.
That's true. Goody did say it.
Speedy, when did he play? Give us a hint.
I would think most of his career was in the 2000s.
In the 2000s.
Most of his career was in the 2000s.
I got it. Carmelo.
Nope.
Most of his career is in the 90s.
Yeah, I just took a guess.
Goodness. Trying to win here, bro.
Tim Duncan?
Nope.
No, he
He
wouldn't
played
have
for
had
the-
that many points.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Scratch that. I did that wrong. All right, Errol, and whoever else could guess can have their guess back. I forgot. I mixed that up in my head. No, he played 60s and 70s.
Oh my
60s
god.
and 70s.
Oh my gosh.
So
Pete
an old-
Maravich. It's the only guy I know.
No.
Magic Johnson.
60s and 70s, Tommy.
Will Chamberlain.
Did he not play in the 70s?
No.
What, the 80s?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. Damn.
I think Job was the only one
That's
left
just
to guess, I
terrible.
believe.
60s
Terrible.
and 70s.
That's terrible.
Oh gosh.
But
I'm gonna go. I got nothing.
Who would have scored like 30 points a game back then?
That's
Is it like? I mean, everyone finished their guesses. Does anyone have any guesses?
This
left?
Jabba has one.
All right, so I'm not gonna say what I think, but if it's back then, there's only a couple of teams that were really good all the time. Jabba
Play for the Lakers. I'm just taking a guess here. It had to be.
or the other team. Someone
Who's
scored
the other
those
team?
points.
Boston?
Maybe stole the ball once or twice, famously.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank. I got nothing.
Can I guess? Jerry West?
It's Jerry West.
Yeah.
Dang. See, I knew that was it. I was out of guesses.
The logo.
All right, where do you want to go?
Havlicek.
Where are we going?
We're gonna win.
So we win.
Oh, we won?
We win.
I
Who,
thought
got it right.
I thought Errol guessed already. I thought Errol guessed the most.
Oh, so it
I
doesn't
guess
count. So it's Speedy.
It doesn't count. It's Speedy.
Speedy
so I
did it.
have to go top left to block.
Oh, so we're still. Let's keep playing.
Let's go, Speed.
All right, we'll go to some football. So Derek Carr passed this NFL legend on the all-time passing list this year. So Carr is 22nd. This guy is 24th.
NFL legend.
Mm-hmm. NFL legend.
On the all-time passing list.
Passing yards list. Yes.
And he's 22nd,
22nd,
but he passed the 24th ranked guy.
Yes. I said NFL legend.
When did he play? When did he play?
80s, 90s.
Joe Montana.
Yep.
Joe Montana?
Yep.
Joe Montana.
Joe Montana.
All right, where are we going? Let's go.
All right.
You got to give it a hint, Speedy, because there's like a million guys. You know.
All right.
Look at the Fishmeister getting his
will
beautiful little grill up
go.
there.
Oh, we can have a double win. Look at that.
There you go.
have a
102 to
top, and we go
99
right
with the
here.
Knicks. Knicks are up. Just
That's
giving a heads
awesome.
up.
I can't watch it while I'm doing tic-tac.
I got it too. I got it over here.
All right, let's go, Speedy.
All right, so we'll go back to the NHL. Who is the only team that has a longer conference finals drought than the Toronto Maple Leafs?
Oh, it's got to be the team that I said, the Minnesota Wild.
No, they actually made one shortly after Toronto.
Conference finals drought. Well, it's not Buffalo. I remember being there in 08, so it's not them. 07 rather.
Not San Jose.
No, they were good for a little while.
It's not one of the young teams, right? It's got to be an older
long
team.
drought.
It has to be, yeah.
A long drought. So
It's probably the boys from the north.
Oh yeah, the South Dakota Squirrels.
If they're in the team, if they're a team, I'll look them up.
Check your other stuff. Maybe they'll have the answer for that.
Mikal Bridges has 21.
He's the freaking man.
Hey, let's go. Focus. This is
yeah, we
tic
need to
tac.
get
No,
this,
who
or
cares about the
Speedy's
Knicks?
gonna get the block here. All right, Speedy. I'm gonna say Montreal.
Nope. Montreal just went to the Cup 4 years ago.
I know. I
Sorry.
just said the first team that came to my head because nobody's guessing.
I'm
Let's
thinking
go.
right now. There's two teams that I'm looking at right now. I'll let you guys guess first, but I have.
I'm gonna
two
guess. I'm gonna say Ottawa.
Nope. Ottawa went to the Cup in 07.
No.
Lost
Ottawa.
to Anaheim, which I believe was your guess before.
Oh, really?
Or somebody's
That was my
guess.
guess before.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
did
thought that
guess
was you.
I got two teams. Two teams that pops into my head, but
Unfortunately, we can just choose one.
Such is life.
So let's dial it up.
all right.
That's coming up
that's
later.
later.
Don't
Here,
worry.
here it is. The Calgary Flames.
No.
Damn it.
So it's gonna be
They went there with Jerome McGinley, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
Yeah.
they lost,
Jerome.
they lost to Vancouver, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jerome.
a long time ago.
Toronto's drought is
Manitoba
longer.
Moose.
My guy Jerome, he went there.
Oh, it's gotta be
McGinley
this.
he was nice.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
All right, who
His
has a
son's
guess left?
pretty nice too. His son's gonna be a good NHL player too. He's drafted too.
Let's make our guesses. We're kind of dragging here.
Come on, make a guess.
Oh.
Any guess?
We got.
I've already guessed.
I guessed the kid, the
Hoops.
Wild.
I said Ottawa. It was wrong.
Ottawa was wrong.
So Errol, you're
I
the
said
only
San
one.
Jose.
I made a guess already.
All right, so we got it wrong. Speedy.
Speedy, where you want to go?
Columbus.
Come on.
The Columbus.
Oh.
All the way to 2001. Columbus was 2000.
That was the other team.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. I
I
tried,
guess-
guys.
All right, which one are you
I'll
going
go
to, Speedy?
top right.
Yeah, I figured. All right. So basically, next one wins. So
Pretty
here
much.
we go, boys.
All
Let's
right.
go.
So besides the White Sox last year, name two of the three modern era teams to win less than 50 games in a season.
What year do you consider the modern era?
So anything that is 1960s on.
Oh, well, the 62 Mets.
Yes, the
It's
Mets are
definitely one of
Yep.
those teams.
That's correct.
Because they had the record before the White Sox.
I'm either going to say the Detroit Tigers.
I think the
Tigers
25
are correct.
Colorado Rockies are
Great.
going to be up there, too.
There we go. We got him.
And you
We
guys
got 'em
got
both.
it. Yep. Very good.
Oh, goody for the win.
Come on, bro.
The Tigers wasn't that 2003?
2003, yes.
Yeah. It was the year I graduated.
Damn.
All right, goody. Which one do you want to win with? This one?
I don't care. It
Or
don't
do you
matter to
wanna-
me. Just put
I
that
mean,
mug up
it's
there.
important. Here we go. We're going right here, and we're drawing the line of victory.
Hold it out of my ass.
Yes, it is a win. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. There it is.
All the hot ladies.
This game's too easy, guys.
Put you on a leash now.
That was a good one.
The funny thing,
good
the funny
one.
thing is, if you guys didn't
get
get
this
that
clown
one,
back
and
in
you would have
here.
said
Dee Dee's mom.
the bonus question had to deal with some tri-state college football teams. So
They call me the ladies man and
maybe
Mr.
Nathan could
Stereo
have been a
Girl.
little more involved with that one.
Huh. This looks like a. You know what this looks like? This looks like a damn Zoom call for a college. Like I feel like we should be learning right now. What are we learning?
We aren't learning trivia all that much because we didn't do great. We won just
What are you talking
one
about?
better than we lost on that. That was like barely over 500. Nathan, this is why I threw you off the screen last time.
Nathan,
You haven't learned. All right.
Nathan,
All right,
you
bye-
have not
goodbye,
washed your
Nathan.
face since last week. Wash the dirt off the face. Let's go.
You wash the dirt off your face.
This
I'm
is
putting
a
you on a
proper
leash now.
Comeback.
Look at this beard.
have a better beer than you.
All right,
No,
ladies and
wash the-
gentlemen, we call this segment a call to the pen.
Think you can throw a strike on this pitch?
It's not going to be much on it. My arm feels like jello right now.
Just get it over the plate. I want him to swing.
Last time I did that, the guy hit one that hasn't landed yet.
For a call to the pen.
All right,
Is that a
boy.
Wu-Tang hat?
What happened?
You got a Wu-Tang hat on?
No, this is a Yankee hat.
Oh, it looks like a Wu-Tang hat.
No,
About
I
to
got
say,
a
it was kinda
Wu-Tang hat.
tight.
Do you want me to wear a Wu-Tang hat? I have one.
Yeah,
Well-
I mean, I don't know what's going on there, but I thought it was Wu-Tang. I was going to say, that's pretty tight.
Come
I
on.
probably need to get that one.
You don't think that? Look at it. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Tied. I
Jason
can't
Tatum
see it.
just took a 3-pointer from like 30 feet with like 21 seconds left on the clock. They are so dumb, this team. I love how they're dumb in the fourth quarter. I hope they can pull this out. It's a 5-point Nick lead with 3.5 to go. It's crazy. Guys, I have a real
Actually, it's
problem with the
111,
story.
104. It's 111, 104 now. Just so you know.
All right. Well, now it's a 7-point lead. That's
Yeah.
right.
All right.
It's even better.
All right,
Get it right.
boys.
8 away. Here it is.
Let's go.
There was a really bad story, Errol. I know we didn't want to put it in because I want to talk about it here, about Lance McCullers. Now, he hasn't played in a few years because of suffering multiple injuries, as far as I understand, or bad, he had you guys have to tell me if it was a Tommy John and it didn't take or something like that. I think that's what it was with him.
I
But
think
he
he had a
hasn't pitched
setback
since,
during the surgery, so.
I think the last time he pitched was in the playoffs in like 22
World
or
Series.
something like
Yeah,
that.
in the World
right,
Series
in the World
against the Phillies.
Series. So he comes back, gets absolutely rocked in his first outing. But I mean, welcome back. I mean, there's like the guy's finally made it back. He got through his rehab. Didn't have the outing he wanted. He gets death threats, and his family gets death threats. I mean, it's crazy to me. Like, first off, it's a regular season game in May. Like, it's not like it's like we're talking World Series #1. Number 2, like, did you really bet on Lance McCullers to have like a great game in his first ever start? Are you gambling on him? Are you stupid or something? Are you that bad of a gambler? You got to see how this guy is first. So what could even possess someone other than the worst gamblers of all time to even be mad at him? And it made me think, guys, since you played in the league, you must have had some issues with fans over the years. Home, I would imagine more away than home, but maybe home as well. I wanted to hear some about it. What was the worst fan treatment you ever got? And some thoughts on the McCullers story, of course.
I've said this before. Like, you can tell me I suck. You can tell me that I'm terrible. I'm fat. I shouldn't be here. Blah blah blah. Like, that's fine. But when you start talking about I want to find your kids and kill them, and you like death threats, that's off limits. Like, I understand the banter of back and forth and trash talking. Like, I get that. When you involve a family member and you start, going past that threshold is kind of where I draw the line. Like, you can always come at me because, granted, we don't have like a resume of what to expect, but that's part of the game. I mean, we did it growing up watching sports, talking trash to our buddies and all that. But once you start attacking a family, it just becomes just, first of all, it's inappropriate. First of all, it's disrespectful, and there's no need for it. I mean, we've talked about this, and I hate that people still are in this, avenue of doing things like this. And, that's one of the downfalls of like social media and things like that, where they have direct access to you, right? Like, it's direct because you see it, but it's indirect because it's not like they're in your face saying it. So, there's no need for it. I think they obviously need to somehow make sure that he's never at a game again or do whatever. They're investigating it now, but yeah, I mean, I've had a few, and it all involved my family, and it was just like, yeah, we're doing. Oh damn! Like, my son was at a game, and they were like in his face talking to him, like talking shit about me, and I'm like, talk to me, like, don't say it to my son. We were in Texas. I got hit with a D battery in Boston.
Oh.
Yeah, his ankle's touched.
Tatum is down bad. He's not moving that foot like it's an Achilles.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's done for them if he's out there.
Oh. Oh my god.
So yeah, I think that was just probably the biggest thing is.
Sorry about that.
You could throw. I mean, yeah, I get it, but like, don't throw a battery at me and hit me, and then don't talk about my family. There's nothing. I mean, I had a dude try to steal my identity.
Wow.
No, he did. He went as far as like I actually ran into. I found out in this happened to be in Texas too. They pulled me off the bus and they're like, "Hey, we need to talk to you," and I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, we got some word on this. Do you know anything about it?" No. And then we go back to Boston, and I had just signed with Dunkin' Donuts, and Dunkin' Donuts is a Boston-based company. And my agent calls me. I pitch a Friday
Never
night.
eating Dunkin' Donuts again, by the way. Never.
I went against Josh Beckett
Dunkin'
on
is
I think
life.
it was a Friday night, and I beat him 1-0 on a stupid shift. And my agent calls me in the morning, and he was like, "What are you doing in the city?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Yeah, Duncan just called me and thanked me for you showing up signing autographs." This dude, I ended up meeting him. He was like 5'10", always wore a Yankees hat like low like I did. And literally I was like, I just pitched. Like, I'm still in bed. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He even went as far as to go like to a realtor, and she ended up getting in touch with me. And like,
I heard this story, by the way. I heard this
he's
story.
like, yeah, my dad, he was on the shore, and he was
New
like,
Jersey.
yeah, yep. He's like, my dad is handicapped, so I need one level. Like, he signed stuff for her kids and everything, and she sent me all of it. And I was like, that wasn't me. So he ended up he got a year in jail and had to pay all restitution for all the free stuff that he got. He said it was over a summer. He slept with like 150 chicks. Like, that's all he did was go out. He didn't pay for anything all that summer. I ended up meeting him in Pittsburgh, and he was like, "Oh, it was just a joke." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's just a joke to you, but you were going to look at houses. People believed you. Like, I had to check like all of my accounts, like, because at that time anybody would have given him anything. Be like, I'm Jabba Chamberlain, blah blah blah. Oh, take out a credit card, go do this. Like, I'm just like, that's probably the worst, I guess.
Damn,
Jabba, that's a crazy story.
Yeah, it was nuts.
It's true. It's a true story, by the way. I actually, a couple of months ago, I was looking at some things about Jabba, and this story popped up. And this guy did not look anything like Jabba Chamberlain. I don't know what the hell they were thinking when anybody thought that it was him. When you look at him, they don't look anything alike. But maybe because they have the same eyes and the way they, the way he put his hair, he wore his hat the same way Jabba wore.
Yeah,
his
down where you couldn't see.
Down over his eyes. That was, everybody thought it was Jabba. They were the same size as far as tall. The Jabba's 6'3". This guy was 6'3". But he
wasn't.
nothing.
He was 5'10".
He was taller than that.
No, he
was
wasn't.
like-
I met him. I was
And
side
a
by
half.
side with him.
It's 5'10" and a half. Guys, that is, I'll tell you, we don't really think about these types of things as fans. You know, I've been, when I was younger, I would heckle certain goaltenders that faced the Rangers pretty regularly if they were playing for the Flyers or the Devils or the Islanders. And I may have been pretty sauced on Fireball that I flasked on the way to the Garden. And I may have said something about sandy nether regions and cursed many times and didn't care that there were children around me. But that's as bad as I've ever gotten. I can't even imagine these types of deaths. Goody, you tell me, what do you, first off, what do your take on the McCullers story? And then one of the worst fan treatments or stories you got like this?
I mean, I don't agree with it too much. You know, I don't agree with the people saying they're gonna hunt your kids down and kill them. Like, let's not do that. Okay,
That's what I would do.
Yeah, let's just not go. Let's just not go that far and do it.
Like Tyson talking to Holyfield.
Yeah,
like,
I'm gonna eat your
baby.
children. I want your heart. I want your children. Yeah, we don't need. I mean, that's crazy, but like, we don't need that. You know, I mean, at the same time too, the scary part is like fans do go as far as like what Jabba said and steal their identities and go for that. So like you kind of have to take, you kind of have to take it seriously. So the fact that he is getting it investigated and all that, kudos to him, because if it was my family, I would definitely do the same thing. But I have, like, especially in college when I was at LSU, we played against Ole Miss, and they were there the night before in practice. This is crazy. They were there the night before. They were heckling us at the game. Before you play any SEC series, you get hundreds and hundreds of friend requests on either your Facebook, your Twitter starts getting follows. Like, I think this was before Instagram, but everything would blow up. And then when you would get to the series, they literally have everything. Your mom's name. I have a stepdad and biological dad, so they knew I had two dads. Definitely told me about it. Definitely told my mom was all the names in the book. You had my girlfriend's name, my dog's name, everybody, which I didn't really care because to me it was just funny. And so that was in college, and then in the professional, they never said they were going to kill me or anything. They just told me to like go home to my two dads or something, like something stupid. Then on a professional level, in spring training, I remember getting I think it was either myself. I can't remember if it was me or my buddy Johnny Barbado, but we pitched in spring training and we threw in the same game, and somebody, like, either one of us shit the bed, and we were with New York, and they were like, we hope a semi runs over your arm and breaks your elbow to a million pieces and you never pitch again. Like, what? Like, to me, I'm just like, all right, man, this is just absurd. Like, I thought it was funny. I think when I was younger, I might have taken it a little more seriously, but the older I got, the more I was just like, whatever, dude. Like, don't know who you are, could care less about your opinion. But then again, I wasn't getting necessarily death threats.
Oh my God, I can't believe you get that.
But yeah, so yeah, I mean, all the everything that Lance is doing as far as he's doing his due diligence to take care of his family. So kudos to him. Definitely get that taken care of. But aside from that, fans are going to talk shit. It's part of the game. Just try not to take it that far.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for that insight. Another great call to the pen. Errol.
Ah, my God. I'm watching this garbage. It makes me sick. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we got Goody's Bag of Balls. We got Dial It Up and What's That Smell? Let's go to our second Sports Minute with Mr. Fishman, and we'll be back after this.
This is the Jabba in the Mouth Sports Minute.
Hey everybody, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Going to give you some scores after a few stories. Coming up first, Browns linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is now on the PUP list and will miss the entire 2025 season with a neck injury that cost him the final 9 games of the 2024 campaign. Owusu-Koramoah was injured in a collision with Ravens running back Derrick Henry. Jeremiah has the full support of our team, and we expect him to continue to be a part of the organization, even though he will not return to the field this year, Browns general manager Andrew Berry. We will not make any predictions on Jeremiah's football future at this time, but we do note that he's in good spirits and will continue to take the advice of the world-class medical experts who will continue to guide his progress and recovery. The former second-round pick from Notre Dame appears to have an uphill climb ahead of him to resume his football career. Michael Jordan, yes, that Michael Jordan, the Michael Jordan, is joining NBC's NBA coverage for next season. The network didn't give any details on Jordan's role in the coverage, which NBC recently reacquired in a new 11-year agreement with the league. Jordan, who was the owner of the Hornets from 2010 into 2023, has not been on the media side of the NBA since the end of his career in any meaningful way. You may remember Jordan as being the greatest player of all time. And finally, Yankees pitcher Marcus Stroman suffered a setback in rehab of his left knee injury, which has kept him out of action for the past month. He has gotten a lot of treatments on it and stuff, Boone says. He just can't get over that final hump to really allow him to get to that next level on the mound. We'll try to continue to get our arms around it and try to make sure we get that out of there. There's no timeline for Stroman's return, but the Yankees may not be in a rush to bring the starter back anyway, who posted an 0-1 record with an 11.57 ERA in 3 starts this season. Anyways, In hockey tonight, we have a final. The Hurricanes wipe the floor with the Capitals 5-2, taking a commanding 3-1 series lead. And in the first, with 9 minutes left, the Oilers are leading the Golden Knights 1-0 on an Adam Henrique goal. In basketball right now, the Knicks are putting finishing touches on the Celtics, and it is now officially a final. 121-113. The Knicks take a 3-1 series lead behind Jalen Brunson's 39 points and 12 assists. If you were following along with the show, we just saw live what looked like a pretty terrible, maybe Achilles injury for Jason Tatum, the star player for the Celtics, who had 42 points and 8 rebounds before the injury. Still to come tonight, Warriors and Timberwolves have Game 4. Minnesota's up 2-1. And in baseball, already completed today, the Guardians beat up on the Brewers 5-0. The Tigers blew away the Red Sox 14-2 behind rookie Jackson Jobe. 3-0 on the year for Jobe. 3-2 win for the Cardinals in Philadelphia. The Mets beat the Pirates 4-3. The Braves, also same score, 4-3, defeat the Nationals. Raziel Iglesias with the win for Atlanta, the closer. And in action currently, right now, the Yankees are down 1-0 to the Mariners in the bottom of the second. In the top 9th, the Cubs have a 5-2 lead on the Marlins. Top 9 as well, Rangers 2-1 on Colorado, trying to put the Rockies away for their league-leading 34th loss on the year. It is 7-2, Kansas City over Houston in the bottom of the 7th. No score in San Diego. Top 3, Angels and Padres. Bottom 2, no score, Giants and D-backs. And that's all the scores tonight. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle. And on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all of our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
They can clean themselves. Huskers only. Anyone! I don't know if I like it. I'm not doing any freaking tag team. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Speedy Petey, executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. Our sports minute Tommy poops himself as he's taking a nice little dump. And Mr. Goodster, Mr. Goody Woody himself, Nick Goody. And Nathan in the back, as we all know, he is
A lot of hot ladies.
the ladies' man, as he
They
always
call me
says.
the ladies man and Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Well, I don't know about stealing girls, but he's definitely stealing guys and smiles, if you know what I mean. Anyways, thank you to Mackenzie for joining us. She was fantastic. And I know everybody's been waiting for this segment, as we call this Goody's Bag of Balls.
My mom was going to wire a car battery with my testicles. Trying to put Tiger Bomb on this jungle's nuts.
Balls.
That's how you become great, man. Hang your balls out there.
A lot of hot ladies.
Oh, there it is, the old good stir. And all
Am
of
I
you
on?
guys- Yes, you're on now. I unmuted you. So I kind of like threw the curveball. I know you have this, like, what are you having, allergy problems right now? Are you okay? Is everything good?
I'm always good, baby. Say my name.
All right. Say my name. Speedy, you want to sing that
All
song?
right.
All right.
Here we go. We're going to start it
Here
off
we
with
go. Here we go.
Jack Caglione. We all know who he is, the Kansas City Royals top prospect, and that he was picked number 18th overall prospect in baseball, according to the MLB Pipeline, is making the compelling case for Major League call-up this year. He's currently in Double-A. He's hitting .328 with an OBP of .403, slugging .605, 9 home runs, and then 35 RBIs leading the league. My question to you, and I told you this earlier today, I want to get a fan's perspective. Would you rather see guys go from college spend maybe a month or two in the minor leagues, and then get called up if they're warranted a call up, such as Jack Caglione, who's absolutely ripping the cover off the baseball. If the major league team needs him in that case. Now the guy can play outfield, he can play first base, and he hasn't pitched much in this, but he's one of them. Give me your thoughts on Caglione, and I'll go down the list, because there's some guys on this list here that I think do deserve a call up, and for whatever reason, the major league team is suppressing that.
Mike Trout, Bryce Harper, Caglione. Caglione was a must hit when he was drafted. They're saying that this kid is a superstar. I don't know what he's going to be in the majors. What he's doing right now in the minors is incredible. We saw what he did in college ball. I mean, his numbers don't lie, and numbers don't lie, but he's expected to be where he is. So, yeah, I want to see these guys. If they could play in single A, double A, and triple A as fast as Caglione is doing right now, why couldn't we see him in the major leagues more quicker than usual? So he's a superstar player. He's going to be the face of his organization. That's why he was drafted, and that's what you expect from these guys. Mike Trout.
Bobby Witt's there. Let's not forget Bobby Witt's there.
All right.
Bobby Witt's with the Royals, but yes, he could be, but that's my thing. My thought process is, would it be better? Caglione would be beneficial. Dude, Bobby Witt's generational talent, and he just signed it. And he just signed a monster deal.
But hold on a second. The Nationals had two generational players when they brought him in. Bryce Harper and who's the pitcher? Strasburg. They were the two generational players when they drafted them. Back-to-back years, #1 picks. So why couldn't Caglione be a generational player?
I'm not saying he's not, but I'm not saying he's not. But right now, Bobby Witt is the face of that franchise.
No,
it'd be like saying that. It would be kind of like saying like, George Lombard for the Yankees, will take over and be the face of the franchise for Aaron Judge.
No, I got what you're saying. I'm just saying I'm not going to take anybody over Bobby Witt. I had Bobby Witt as my MVP this year. So if Aaron Judge wasn't killing the ball right now, which Bobby Witt would be the MVP right now, the league leader when it comes to winning that MVP. But Aaron Judge is doing something that we haven't seen a player do ever. I mean, this guy's on a tear right now that might go all the way into the All-Star break. But I agree with you. I want to see Caglione play in the majors. I don't want to wait. If it doesn't work, you send him back down. I want to see what he's going to do when he gets into the majors.
So fans just in general would rather, like NFL, would rather see guys go from high Division I or wherever they're at, high levels, to straight into the show.
Of course. If he's that big of a star right now in the minors and he was a high draft pick like he is, that's what I want to see. I want to see this guy get called up and see what he can do. I know
at some point I feel like your name gets lost in the mix when you're in the.
How long was Jabba in the minor leagues before he got called up? Not long. I mean, baseball, if they think that you're quality, and obviously the farm system thinks that you're going to be a quality player up in the big leagues, you're going to be called up as quick as possible. So I would rather see Jabba, when Jabba was getting called up, I'd rather see him play in the show than wait 2-3 years until he's ready to pitch in the major leagues. So I think if he's a quality pitcher, he's a quality player. That's what I want to see. So
gotcha.
That's my opinion.
Well, the other ones are Roman Anthony and for the Red Sox, Marcelo Mayer, just shortstop for the Red Sox. Like I feel like the Red Sox should call them up and they should stop playing games, but at the same time,
they never do that. They never do that. The Red Sox never do that. The organization's been go look at the GMs that have taken over for the Red Sox. Even who's that fool from the Detroit?
Dombrowski.
Dombrowski, who took over Phillies. Dombrowski, who took over for the Red Sox. Even that idiot wouldn't call up any of the youngsters. So I can't see any of their GMs they've brought up, or even the kid that they brought up this past year, is going to call up the youngsters until they know for sure that they have their time in the minor league, so they have control of them when it comes to their what do they call that? Their arbitration. So
they have a certain amount of minor league options as well. So you have to be more strategic with them if you think, okay, there's a chance he could go back down. And that I think is the dilemma that you look at with something like this. Like if he has a Jackson Holiday type down start to like last year, then he comes back up the second time and he's hitting very well like he did in the last 2 months of the season, then you lose a minor league.
He's been a bust this year.
And Jack Caglione probably has similar, if not higher, level of potential upside in comparison to what we were looking at with Holiday last year. Now, it's interesting because the Royals are a hot team right now, but their offense isn't overly deep. So that's what makes it compelling to maybe think about it right now. But
And
again,
Pascatino's not having his best year as well.
I know that. So that's what makes it enticing. And again, their outfield production overall is not the greatest either. It wasn't the greatest last year. So that's the one reason you might consider doing it with something like Caglione. But they are hot right now, so maybe you would wait till they cool off, and then maybe June.
I got a question for both of you guys, and I'm sorry to cut. If you had a son, now you both have sons. And Jackson Holiday obviously comes from a Hall of Famer, Matt Holiday. He is a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest hitters of that of that 10-year span we've seen in a very long time, power hitter. Jackson Holiday is expected to be a higher draft stock player than his own father. When you look at what his son's doing right now in the league and is compared to the next big thing, if it was your son, would you tell your son to go back to the minor leagues and figure it out? Or do you tell your son, work it out in the major leagues? That's my question for both of you. If you were the father of Jackson Holiday.
Yeah, I mean, the best place to figure it out is the big leagues. It's the worst place and the best place because you're not going to get any better. Speedy, but to your point, like, it doesn't matter how many times you go up and down in a year. It still just counts as your one minor league option. And you get 3. So
you can get options. There's a cap on it now, but before it was the Wild West. But yes, for one, I believe it does count as just 1 year.
It's just 1 year, yeah. But no, you got to figure it out at the highest level, and if it gets that bad where you can't figure it out, then yeah, you go back down and shit. They've sent Roy Halladay went back to extended spring training to figure out how to pitch.
Yeah, dude, it happens.
So it happens.
If he's my son, exactly, I'm gonna say, listen, you're gonna figure it out in the show. You're either gonna sink or you're gonna swim, right? And it's going to be brutal. It's going to take a toll on you mentally, but I promise you, when you do figure it out, you will remember what this felt like, and you will not want this feeling anymore. And you will be swimming for the rest of your career. So let's keep it with baseball. So we ran around. We all made our predictions before the season started. We all would agree that we had the Yankees leading the AL East, right? Yes. They're 2 games up above everybody else. Next, I think Jabba and I both had the Orioles, which they become a complete bust this year. But next is the Red Sox, followed by the Blue Jays, Tampa Bay Rays, and Baltimore Orioles. Anybody in the AL East surprise you or jump off the charts this year?
I'll tell you
this. For me, it's the Orioles being a bust. But
I'll tell you this. What did I say? Exactly the same way I had it put. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if the Orioles would be in last place by the end of the season. I had the 2 guys, the 2 teams, the Yankees and the Boston Red Sox. I think it's going to sit pretty like that all season long. I don't know if Boston's ready for the playoffs. They might sneak into the playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised. I think with right now in the division that we were talking about, Kansas City, the Guardians, and that division is going to have 3 teams coming out of that division going to the playoffs. I just think that right now has the most talent out of all the divisions in the East.
We're going to get there in a second.
In the American League.
The Central.
Yes, in the Central, yes. I think there are 3 teams coming out of the Central that are going to make the playoffs. Like I predicted before the season started, I think it's going to happen. Jabba, I think you had Kansas. Was it you had Kansas City winning the division? I know Goody had the Guardians winning the division, if I'm not mistaken, and I had Detroit winning the division.
Yeah, we had Cleveland and Detroit at the top 2 for mine, followed by obviously the Royals and then the Twins and then the White Sox were at the bottom. But yeah, I mean, the Detroit Tigers are just firing on all cylinders right now. They have a 2.5 game lead. Tarek Skubal's unbelievable. They're getting offensive production. Their bullpen's been great. Tommy Kalin's been pitching well. Like, I mean,
Jackson Jobe is nice.
Jackson Jobe's at 3-0, as Speedy said earlier, 3-0. So I mean, or Fish said earlier, one of those assholes. But anyways, the Central. No, it wasn't Job. Anyways, the Central to me is pretty much how we predicted it. There's nothing really jumping out. you know, just going back on the AL East, though, we're talking about the Red Sox maybe taking that next leap to be a potential, World Series candidate. They do have the two prospects that we talked about that are sitting in their AAA that could provide an extra boost. Now, coming out of All-Star break, guys are going to be tired. Towards the end of the season, guys will be tired, and then that's a good chance to see what you have once you've already clinched a spot in the playoffs. But Central, we pretty much got on lock. The AL West was a little bit of a shocker. I think Seattle Mariners. I think we all had the Texas Rangers winning this one. Maybe the Mariners and the Astros were next, and then the two bottom teams were going to be Athletics and LA. But the Mariners have a 2-game lead up, followed by Houston, then the Athletics, which we don't know where they're playing at, the Texas Rangers, and then LA is 6 games back. But the Mariners do have a really solid pitching staff, which has been carrying them. I think, was it Logan Gilbert's on the DL?
Gilbert's hurt right now, yeah.
Yeah, he's on the DL. So, this was that next man up mentality we talked about earlier in this, or before the season
You called
started.
Brian Wu, too. You called him one of your favorite youngsters. He's been great this year.
Yeah, he was really good. They have another guy there, too, a righty starter.
Miller? Bryce Miller you're talking about?
Bryce Miller, yes, the other guy, who I think is going to be really good too. They had to just producing pitching right now, and then their bullpen's been pretty good, and so they're a tough team to beat. They are a tough team to beat, and as I think you said, they're beating New York right now. So
yeah, it's weird because the Mariners used to be that team that was like always consistently in the race and then just short because they would fall apart in the second half. And then the last 2 years they had this super slow start. Then
They're
they
not
had
sitting there. I'm telling you.
Hot second half. So it'll be interesting to see which trend it goes for them.
I think the Rangers will be a second half team. I think they have a tremendous roster. Once this lineup figures things out, they're a lot better than they look. I'm very surprised that the Rangers are sitting second and last right now in the division. And nobody believes the Athletics.
they're 3 games back, which is not crazy, but they are second to last in the division.
No, I understand. I still think they're going to win the division. The Mariners choke at the end of this season. They always do. They look like they're going to get hot in the early second half, and then all of a sudden they choke with the last month of baseball. And I believe that's going to happen. I trust Bruce Bochy than any manager in that division, and Bruce will figure it out. He's got 2 solid pitchers that have been there before. Nathan Eovaldi is a great pitcher, and so is Jacob deGrom. They're going to figure it out. I cannot see the Rangers not making the playoffs in a weak division like that. That's a weak division. I'm surprised the Astros, as good as they've been over the years with their lineup, boy, oh boy, Altuve looks like he's old. That lineup looks old. And who did they just lose? They lost another guy. They lost a big bat in their lineup recently.
Yeah, they lost 2 in the offseason with Bregman and Tucker. So
no, there was another one. Who's the other guy? The other big
Alvarez
guy?
you're talking about?
Alvarez.
No.
I think he got hurt, didn't he?
Yeah, Jordan.
Yeah, he got hurt, didn't he?
His hand.
Yeah, so he could be out a significant amount of time too. I'm hearing he could be out a month, maybe 2. Could you imagine losing him? So losing him for the season. So
it'd be brutal.
The Astros are done. They're done.
This is why it's so important to have a good minor league staff and a good AAA, because that's your extension of the big leagues. We've talked about this, and it's like if you don't build from the ground up, then when somebody gets hurt, you got nothing. You got nobody to fill the void.
Don't worry, they can start cheating again.
Or they could just cheat. Yeah, well.
I
don't know what I can say, what I can't say before I get canceled, but yeah, I agree.
Remember Reggie Jackson? He left the Yankees to go over there with the Astros to help their farm system and help develop kids. And ever since Reggie Jackson has been there, the development has absolutely stopped. Just think about that. Just think about it. Ever since he left the Yankees and he went over there with the development of some of the young stars that they have in their minors, they have not produced anything since then. Just think. He left the Yankees, 4 years ago? And how bad has their farm system been since then?
By the way, there's more to that story than
I'm sure.
I can say.
I'm sure. I don't know the inside back end of it, but I mean, Reggie Jackson went to the Astros to help the farm system, and it hasn't been very good. I'm just saying, if you look at what's going on right now with the Astros.
if you look from a 45,000 foot view, that's what it looks like.
No, that's what I see.
When you in the nitty gritty and you know what's actually going on, you're like, oh.
I don't listen. I'm not sitting there saying that I know what's going on. I'm just telling you what.
Yeah. I know. You just got the bird's eye view. All right. My last ball of the night here is more up your alley. Okay. We got a little conspiracy theory going on here. Adam Silver made Nico Harrison trade Luka to LA to get the NBA ratings as they were tanking. In exchange for that, they rigged the lottery so Dallas gets Cooper Flag. Convince me otherwise.
Right. Now the real question, would Nico Harrison be dumb enough to not draft Cooper Flag? That is the real test.
No, he's dumb enough to trade that pick.
That's what I mean.
I could see Nico Harrison saying, "You know what? I'm smarter than you. I want my 5, 6, or 7 first-round draft picks back. I'm gonna trade Cooper Flag for the future." No, I think the NBA is rigged. It's the LJA, LeBron James Association, and that was LeBron James's gift to Dallas for getting Luka over there to LA to help him win a championship in the next 3 years. Honestly, I think the NBA is rigged. And by the way, what makes the NHL so unique is they do the same lottery draft. So does the MLB. But the NHL, they do it in front of the cameras. The NBA, it's behind closed doors, and they had these stupid cards that they raise up in the air during the show, during the draft show. It's pathetic. It's pathetic, and it's absolutely planned. And the Spurs, how do the Spurs have Jabba said like a 1.8 or 1.5 chance of getting in the top 3? They're all the way in the top 3. They get the number 2 pick. How is that possible? They lose Popovich, he retires, and now they have arguably one of the best young big men in the league. They bring in Fox, and now they're going to get the number 2 pick, arguably the second best player in this year's class. Ridiculous. Makes no sense.
Goody, I've always said this about lotteries too. Like, if I was running a sport, I would do it based on not a percentage system like they do it. All right, number 1 team gets this particular percentage. Because here's the thing that you look at. Let's look at baseball this year. Like, if you have a team as bad as the White Sox, they should have a much better like gap difference than the second worst team in the league last year. But the percentages are so much closer that they can make that kind of thing. I've always said you just pick a number based on how many games or how many points in hockey, and then do it.
Didn't they do that in college football? Like, if there were 3 teams that had the same record, they would flip a coin or something like that. And wherever it lands,
that might have been for bowl eligibility. I don't think it was for anything like.
But that's what
like
I'm saying. I mean, to me that makes more sense than this. The Islanders, I don't take shots at the Islanders of the NHL for the Islanders winning the draft, even though they had a 3.8 or 3.5 chance of winning that pick, because they did it right in front of the cameras. You watch the balls come up. So it wasn't like they cheated. But in the NBA, there's shut doors. They got 7, 8 machines. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
And by the way, Adam Silver,
kind of a
you're
joke.
ugly. He is an ugly son of a you-know-what. That guy's ears, it looks like Dumbo. He
That's a
really
joke,
does.
dude.
He's one ugly.
That's like recounting the votes, in the middle of the night, when just going
A
like
lot
this.
of hot ladies.
But Goody, going back to the conspiracy theory end of it, of the NBA being rigged, but they were going to try to prove it or not. They didn't hide it very well this particular year. Besides the Hornets, the Hornets don't get a lot of draft
I feel
lottery
bad
luck.
for the Hornets. How about the Wizards getting screwed?
The Wizards,
they got
right. The
screwed.
Wizards were definitely the one. Maybe are they punish them for their number 1 pick being not great this year? Like, is that something you're going to look at? The Hornets, another team that's had that kind of luck. The Pistons have had it with bad luck outside of the 1 year they got Cade Cunningham, where they were the worst team in the league, like last year, and they were picking 5th. They were 17-win team last year. They're picking 5th. I'm not saying it should never happen, but the patterns are definitely obvious. In the NHL, I would say it's the Coyotes that get screwed a lot, and now Utah. But
It makes
maybe
me
now
raise some questions.
Like, I think there are some patterns to that in both directions, which I think was why my system, I think, even though the randomness I think would still be better, like it's a little more fair, just do it based on points and games back.
Just think about this. Me and Fish were talking about this. Fish had Philadelphia winning the draft, and I had the Spurs winning the draft, the surprise. And both teams are in the top 3. What a coinky dink, right? That both teams that me and him were suggesting that we're going to fall in the top 3 are sitting there pretty right now.
Yeah,
so,
not rigged at all. I'm with you
not rigged at
100%,
all.
Goody. Had to throw that in there for a second.
I'm just saying, I can pick and drum up a good conspiracy theory, but one about the NBA that we all know is true, which most of them are all true. You just got to do a little research, all right? But pretty awkward, man. Pretty weird. Also, when I was digging through this one, I also saw that there was maybe possibly magnets in the basketball. Don't know, but
never know. Yeah,
pretty weird how some of the balls get stuck right against the glass, and then just stay right there.
in the basketball.
God,
That
you
is
love a
just
good
football.
conspiracy theory.
Yes.
I'm just
Goody
saying,
loves
dude.
a conspiracy theory.
I'm just saying, dude. It's
There-
pretty
no,
weird,
he's saying
man.
no, Speedy. He's saying the basketball. That's what he's saying. There's magnets in the basketball. Listen to him, Speedy. Not in the balls, you idiot. Seriously, is he listening? Shut the music.
I don't know.
There
He's
was the
talking
old
about the-
frozen envelope story, right, with the Ewing draft, that the one
He was
envelope was colder, so that when he reached in there, like the one that had the Knicks was like in the freezer, so it was like ice cold, so he knew which one he was supposed to grab. Like that was the theory in the '85 draft.
You know,
that
does it
I've
surprise you though? No, it's probably true.
I will
don't
say
know.
this:
Everybody says that.
the
And it's
Ewing,
just like,
the Ewing draft was absolutely rigged, 100%. There's no doubt about it. Even David Stern, after he was in it, he didn't come out and say it, but he pretty much when they did a documentary of David Stern, and he changed basketball. He was the best commissioner in NBA history. He really transitioned the CBA and all these TV deals. He came out and said after he retired from the game, he said that, there is some kind of collusion on how the Knicks landed, the whole Ewing draft and how it fell together the way it did for the New York Knicks. And by the way, since then, the Knicks have never gotten the number 1 pick. Never even come close. Just think about it. They had the worst record in basketball when Porzingis was drafted that year. They missed out on Karl Anthony Towns, who now is on the New York Knicks. And they got Porzingis at number 4. Porzingis is playing for the Celtics right now, and Karl Anthony Towns is on the Knicks. And by the way, Okafor, who was from the Duke Blue Devils, who was the number 2 pick, who the Knicks also wanted, is no longer in the NBA. So figure that one out.
He's one of those guys that I thought for sure
Leo
was going to be
Okafor,
great. Was going to be great when he was in college. Except the game changed around that time when he came into the league, where he didn't have the ability to do anything more than like a 90s center would do. Like he doesn't have that game that you need today. Like Andre Drummond's kind of the guy they always point to that if this was the 90s, he'd be an all-star every year because he can get 20 and 10 like clockwork, except he can't hit a single foul shot. And it's like the similar thing that the Knicks have with Mitch. But I did want to show you something. I found some archival footage of the ladies' man himself right here.
God.
How'd you pronounce it?
I'm putting you on a leash now.
No, we're gonna get. We have to get Nathan's reaction.
Let's get them in
That
here.
was a crazy
Nathan, I
game.
found this.
That's
I found
awesome.
this.
The ladies, man, and Mr. Stewart.
That's awesome. Yo, that's a classic right there. Let's go.
Yeah,
It actually kind of looks.
Yo, I look like you know who I look like. You know who I look like in this? Walt Clyde Frazier. Walt
Clyde Frazier.
Walt Clyde Frazier.
I'm just wheeling and dealing in the hole.
With
all the ladies.
It fits pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
I gotta take a picture of this. Hold on.
I could just send you the
You know, of all the edits you've done, this one actually looks probably the best.
This is on point.
I don't know if
I'm
it's
putting you on a leash now.
Goody. This is a classic right here.
Yeah, it actually looks like you have a decent little beard and not, dirt.
This is
Hot ladies.
This is crazy. Yo, this is legit. I like
ladies.
this.
Yeah.
Nathan,
disgusting.
Hey, Jabba,
how do you say your last name?
Ramachandra.
My name is Nathan Ramachandra, and I'm just sitting here in my Cavaliers.
Speedy's mom. I'm putting you on a leash now.
Nathan, you also come next time if you ever come here, you'll put the soundboard on a leash.
Move it out of my ass. You just made my nipples hard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you important news, folks. We got a big broadcast to do here.
We're about to dial it up.
A lot of hot ladies.
Hot ladies.
That's the new great drop that we have. Guys, welcome to Dial It Up. This is kind of a lightning round sports story. Errol has not seen any of these stories before. Starting first story of the night in Dial It Up. Giannis Antetokounmpo open to opportunities outside of the Bucks. We've been talking about it on this show for weeks, that it's logical that he may be moving into his Shams Charania today, with the report on ESPN going on Get Up and writing a whole article for ESPN.com saying that he's open-minded on exploring a trade for the first time in his career. Giannis is 30 years old. He averaged 30.4 points per game, 11.9 rebounds, 6.5 assists on 60% shooting. And he's an MVP finalist along with Jokic and Shai this year. Here's his quote that he said while he was on his podcast with his brother, because of course his brother has a podcast. Me not having a second championship, I look back at my career and everybody can say, oh, incredible career, active Hall of Famer, first ballot, whatever. But me, my personal goal, if I'm not able to help my team win a second ring, I'm letting down myself. Errol, dial it up.
I've been saying this for a long, long time. This is one of the best players we've seen in the last 40 years. This is one of the more underrated people we're going to remember if he doesn't win a second championship. He's going to be compared to Jokic. He's not going to be compared to Joel Embiid because he's never going to win. But this is a guy that deserves an opportunity to win a second title. OKC, if they fall short again, I could see OKC. They have a tremendous amount of draft stock. They have a lot of players that they can move where they can add a Giannis and really give themselves that next piece to get them to the next level. There are quite a few other teams, even Toronto. They got a bunch of young stars and a young stud. They could put them over there. And maybe the New York Knicks, if they fall short this year, after watching Tatum go down, there could be an opportunity if the Knicks fall short again where they could land somebody like a Giannis and maybe trade away pieces. He's a great player. He's a superstar in this league. He deserves his second title. Nobody can argue that he's fallen short over the last couple of years. And one of the main reasons why, coaching, Doc Rivers, horrible, and they didn't put the right players around him. Chris Middleton is not the right player as they brought him back. It hasn't worked out over there. And then they bring in Dame Time, who's now done with his career, tearing his Achilles. He's probably not going to be back at the top of his game if he ever does come back. So he knows his time is elsewhere. He is going to be traded in the offseason, but he's going to go to only a contender. And he already came out and said this. He wants to go to a major city. So it already narrows down to 3. The Celtics, Boston, New York is another one, Miami, and LA. Those are the 4. So I know OKC is a big team, and they got a lot of good players, but it's one of those 4. He wants to go to a big city. He wants to sell his apparel.
Yeah, I've always thought Giannis was just one of the most phenomenal and most magnificent players that the world's ever seen in the past couple of years, really the last decade, like you mentioned. But the thing I want to mention is, of course, I heard a lot of Giannis slander, like amongst peers, amongst other sports heads, just, of course, highlighting the fact that Giannis hasn't won a playoff series, or he's only won one playoff series since winning the finals. However, I don't think it's any sort of fraud, a fluke or whatnot. Giannis, like you mentioned, Errol, this team has really been broken down. Hasn't had a lot of good pieces. Horrible coaching overall. Dame hasn't. A lot of the signings that have happened for the Bucks have not came to fruition the way that they wanted to. Dame has not been playing. Dame is a shell of himself. He's definitely going to continue to be a shell of himself. And I could very much even see him coming to New York. I don't know what you would have to get for him off the top of your head, but hey, he could be suiting up and saying, "Go New York, by next season." But anybody to pass up on Giannis is an absolute idiot. I mean, anybody that takes Giannis is going to be an absolute contender defensively.
No trade clause. Just remember that. He has a no trade clause. That means he's got to choose where he wants to go. And that means that nobody, not the Milwaukee Bucks or anybody, have control of where Giannis wants to go. If the Bucks want pieces, they're going to have to talk to Giannis and actually agree to where he wants to go. He's going to a major city. So I agree with you.
Yeah, and that means that they don't have any leverage, Milwaukee. So
zero.
It's not exactly what you want to hear if you're a Bucks fan. I think it's something we'll be talking about probably all summer. Let's move on to the next story. Oh, you're going to love this one, Errol. Browns rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel welcomes healthy competition with Shedeur Sanders. Browns third-round draft pick Dylan Gabriel, who has taken all the first-team reps at rookie camp, was asked about fifth-round pick QB Shedeur Sanders and the QB room in Cleveland. The more questions I get asked like that, it just divides the team, said Gabriel. we're in a room with not just us, but Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and Deshaun Watson. For us, we know how important a healthy QB room is, but also a team that everybody wants to be a part of. How do you create an environment every single day where everyone can be at their best? That's just pushing one another, which talent naturally does. Naturally, it's healthy for us, where everyone does their thing and everyone wins. Errol, some Shador back in the news in a different way right now. Dial it up!
I love Dylan Gabriel. First of all, I met him at the Heisman Trophy dinner. He is such a nice kid, straightforward. He was upset that Ashton Genty did not win the Heisman Trophy. He didn't think Hunter deserved it. So you know that he's for talent and he's for team. He's all about team. He went, obviously, to 2 different colleges. When he went over there to Oregon, not only did he become a leader, he wanted to be something of a generational type of player. He went over there, had a chance to win a national championship, and he was up for a Heisman for a guy that he looked up to that won a Heisman Trophy playing over there at Oregon. So I like that he came out and said that it's not about one player. I like the fact that he's not throwing Shador under the bus, but you know damn friggin' well that he is saying it right under his lips. Screw you, Shador. You're never taking this job away from me. And as far as Kenny Pickett's concerned, I don't know why he's sitting there. He should be, flipping burgers or something. The guy should not be on that team. He shouldn't be. He's so bad, he should be flipping burgers. So Kenny Pickett's not making a team. Shador Sanders will probably be a fifth guy on that, on that roster in the long run. He'll never start in the NFL the way he talks and the way he speaks. And I think, Dylan Gabriel is going to have the opportunity to win that job. Joe Flacco is going to help him develop. I think it's a slam dunk bringing in Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round, a guy that knows how to play the quarterback position and understands how to be a leader. Shador doesn't even know who he is as a player, and he doesn't realize that it takes a team to win championships.
Healthy
He's a
competition.
rapper.
Healthy competition.
I forgot about that, too. You're right.
It's a good quote, healthy competition for
Shizzle my nizzle.
Dylan Gabriel saying that the way he is. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of him as a prospect. I didn't really like him up until this year. Even at Oklahoma or Oregon, I thought his mechanics are very wacky. He's only an undersized quarterback, but he is a smart guy. He's very calm and collected, which I think is something you want
Baker Mayfield
in that locker room. And even if he doesn't have a big role when it comes to being a quarterback to help him win anything, because their offense is going to probably be terrible this year, they still have a guy that is a leader that I think whoever starts is going to at least abide by it. Now, Shador, we'll see if this competition actually incites it. He said he's going to focus on his interviews and then bombed all those. So it's any one of them could probably start. It's not going to really make a difference because the Browns aren't going to go anywhere anyway.
You think the Browns will ever give Shador a chance this year to play?
I think they will later in the
won't.
season.
They won't. They will not. I guarantee it. You want to put a bet on this?
I'm not Owen.
I'll put a bet on it.
I'm not
Let's
Owen.
make a bet.
I'm not
Who
Owen.
wants to bet me that Shador Sanders will not step on the football field this year? Who wants to bet? Anybody want to bet? Because I'm going to tell you
for the Browns.
I'm talking about regular season.
Any team or just for the Browns?
For the Browns. How much you want to bet? Who wants to bet? Anybody?
No.
He's not. I'm telling you right now, the Browns are going to sit pretty. Dylan Gabriel's going to get the chance to be that starting quarterback.
Does Dion have a say in it? Does Dion have a say?
No.
You think Dion's going to sit back and just let him not take
Who
the chance,
cares? Dion had a big mouth. Look where his son is. His son should have been a top 20 pick, and he fall to the 5th round because of Deion Sanders. As a matter of fact, didn't his sons fire him as their agent after the draft? I think so. Nobody cares what Deion Sanders thinks. Because if
I
they
don't know.
did,
I think around the hype that's surrounded around them, I think you kind of have to put them on the field.
You want to bet?
Sense.
Let's
You
make
know
a
what?
bet.
Because of hype, Tommy?
What do you want
Because
to
of
bet?
hype?
What do you want to bet?
I don't know. You make a bet proposition.
Steak dinner. Steak
You want me
dinner.
to buy- I'll buy you a steak dinner.
Steak dinner. Shador Sanders never steps on the regular season football field.
And
For
then
the
you
Browns.
buy me a steak
For the
dinner, of
Browns.
course. Okay.
Because
For the
I
Browns.
could see him getting cut before preseason and being like buried somewhere, and then when people get hurt, he gets on the field later in the season. But I don't see him like getting legitimate shot. You know what I mean? Like
He's not.
it would have to be something like that, in my opinion.
So
Anyway,
if he just plays one snap, that's on the
One
field.
snap. One snap
For
on a football
Cleveland.
field. Yeah, full
Not
Cleveland.
in preseason,
Okay.
a regular season game.
Okay.
I think he has to.
He
I
won't.
think
He won't.
Well, if Dylan Gabriel's can't see over the offensive line,
Let me ask you a
they
question.
have to find
When was the
someone else.
last, besides Purdy, who, by the way, it took him almost a year to get on a football field, who was the last player that was drafted after the 4th round that's gotten a chance in his first year to step on a football field?
Minshew? Probably
Yeah,
Minshew, right?
That was Purdy. Yeah, Minshew, I guess.
Minshew was
I don't
fourth
think
or
Gardner
fifth, I
Minshew.
think.
I don't think it was his rookie season that he stepped on a football
No,
field. I think
it was. He was a rookie, and it was
that was
weird.
the year with
Then it was Gardner Minshew.
Who got hurt with Minshew? Who got hurt that
Foles.
Minshew stepped
Nick
in?
Foles was there
It was
at the
Foles.
time.
That was who it was. Yeah.
So it was Gardner Minshew. So
pretty
that was the
sure it
last
was Minshew.
person to do that. And that was because of an injury. There's like 4 quarterbacks there before him. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know
Watson,
the Kurt Warner story, right? How he was
Yeah.
like 3rd on the depth chart, and like things just had 2 guys got hurt.
Yeah, and by the way, Watson will be back in the second half of the season. For everybody to say that Watson's not going to play this year, he's definitely coming back in the second half of the season. You have Watson, you have Flacco, you have Kenny Pickett, and you have Dylan Gabriel. Good luck. You're never going to see that guy step on the Browns football field, ever. He's not even going to make the team, possibly. So I think he's going to be He's going to be on a scrap heap. So
You keeping
where's
him or
the-
Kenny Pickett?
What? I'm
You're
sorry?
not keeping Kenny Pickett.
You keeping
No.
Shador or Pickett?
It doesn't matter. Both those guys aren't. You can only hold 3 quarterbacks.
2 of them are getting cut.
Yeah. So Watson is definitely going to be on that roster. Flacco's definitely going to be on that roster.
Flacco's going to start, and,
Yes, and
Gabriel
Dylan
will be
Gabriel is the other
backup,
guy.
and
Yeah.
Watson will be like on the IR all season, and then
Shador's
you
not
know,
even going to be on that roster.
Shador will be on the practice squad.
Yeah, that's where he's going to be.
You know, someone can take a shot at him off the practice squad, but it'd be no different
He
than
has to
someone
clear
taking
waivers, yeah.
Tommy DeVito off of the practice squad.
Dude, he was drafted in the 5th round, and all these teams passed up on him 5 times. Do you think anybody's going to pick him up off the scrap heap after his father did what he did before the draft and during the combine in his pro day? I don't want to touch this guy. This guy might never play in the NFL, ever. He might never step on an NFL regular season football field, ever, because of his father.
It's all right. Homeboy can rap though, boy.
Let's move on to the next story, and we get to go to some futility and the Rockies firing manager Bud Black after a 21-0 beatdown and the 7-33. I'm assuming they lost tonight. Let's just double
Wasn't
check.
that against the Mets?
I can check for you.
No, they played the Pirates.
The Rockies did lose to the Rangers.
All right, so the Rockies are now 7-34 and fired Bud Black after they actually won and then fired him after the win. They're at like the worst team in the league by like 4 games, and this is a league that has the White Sox in it. They also let go of bench coach Mike Redmond. Black actually was in his 9th year as manager. You might not believe it, 9 years in Colorado, and was 544 and 690, which, by the way, Errol, is the winningest manager in Rockies history. A guy who's 146 games under 500. Our play so far this season, especially coming off the last 2 seasons, has been unacceptable. Our fans deserve better, and we are capable of better. Rockies owner, chairman, and CEO, Dick Monfort. Errol, dial it up.
Bud's last name is Black, and they're in a black hole. Just look at it. 2025, 7-34. 2024, 61 and 101. 2023, 59 and 103. 2021 or 22, 68 and 94. 2021, 74 and 87. The record speaks for itself. Black is as black as a ghost, or white as a ghost. I'm sorry, just black in a hole. The Colorado Rockies are done. They're an organization that are trying to figure themselves out. They have no farm system for all these years of just terrible baseball play. And they had the shortstop kid that they have right now up. What's he doing this year? Absolutely nothing. They have nothing to look forward to. Oh, they got a third baseman that they overpaid, who's now probably done with his career because he stinks, who played for the Cubs and was at one point was a decent player in the major leagues. I mean, the Colorado Rockies are done. They're an organization that needs to figure it out. And by the way, the last great player they had over there was Todd freaking Helton. I mean, serious. Or Nolan Arenado. I mean, there's nothing out there that's there. Troy Tulowitzki? I mean, those are the guys that really stick out to me. And don't tell me Trevor Story, because he stinks. So it's an organization that doesn't know how to develop players, and it's an organization that's going nowhere and going nowhere fast. It doesn't matter who's the manager. Hire Joe Girardi. He's a better analyst, and he might even fit over there because he plays by the book. And their book is absolutely a book of losers. As Joe Girardi won one championship in what? The 13 years as manager? Loser. So
binder of losers, not book.
Yeah,
binder
loser.
of losers.
Yeah, just a loser.
It had his own. It had his own Twitter, Joe's Binder. But
there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough too because Goody and I kind of talked about this, and it's when they fire, they have to fire somebody, but obviously the front office didn't really do anything to help him win. They got Chris Bryant, but ever since they got, Charlie Blackmon was probably their last household name, and that dude was a gamer. And then you had Cargo before that, and Tulo, Nolan. They had a core decent group of guys, and then got rid of them, and never developed and never did anything. But they've also never done anything to try and persuade guys to go there. So you're not putting them in. You're putting them in a black hole. You're 100% right because that's literally they did nothing.
They signed Chris Bryant in 2022, the 7 years, $182 million. Aside from that, they signed Ian Desmond in 2016 for 5 for $60. And then in 2017, they kind of went all in their bullpen with Wade Davis, Brian Shaw, Jake McGee. And really, aside from that, it was they signed Gerardo Parra for 3 years.
And those three were all at the back end of their bullpen career. So,
well, Brian Shaw's still playing, but
he's going to play forever.
Yeah, the geek. He has got a rubber arm. But yes, they all three took major hits in their time in Colorado. It's hard to pitch there. It's hard to play there. It's just, I don't know. It's they're not doing anything to help the Bud Black. And from what I gathered, all the people that play for Bud Black love him. Absolutely love him
too.
I've heard he's nothing but just a great manager and a great person. Same with Mike Redmond. Redmond played baseball for a long time. He gets it. He understands it. But it's just, when there's a disconnect from the manager and the front office, there's some sort of disconnect going on there that they can't convert players or can't sign guys that come to their team. It's not a recipe for success. And,
it's hard to go there too if you don't win.
Well, exactly. Well, if they're throwing millions and millions of dollars at you, it's easier to say yes.
Right.
But at the same time, yes, if your goal is to win a World Series and money's not an option, I'd much rather go play in New York with a chance to win than go play in Colorado and get my shit kicked in every single night, So,
all right. Yeah, I don't really know what the hell's going on over there, but ever since they gave up on Arenado, I feel like they've been cursed.
Who have they developed in the last 20 years? I just gave
you away everyone else.
They had Kyle Freeland.
Yeah, but he's not any good.
I'm talking about superstars. Troy Tulowitzki and Nolan Arenado. Those were the two superstars that they developed
been
in
retired
20 years.
For years already.
They also had Charlie Blackmon. They also had
Cargo.
Yeah, Cargo was a great player.
Blackmon was a good player, but was he a superstar?
He had been a few All-Star games.
I'm just saying, but was he a superstar?
He was very
He was
very
a good player.
He was a bastard to pitch against, I'll tell you that much.
He was a good player. But they don't develop players. They really don't. They're an organization that throws away players. And then they had Trevor Story, but he couldn't stay healthy, and he stinks anyways.
It's
so
that
overrated.
ownership over there. That ownership could care less about putting a winning product on the field. That's what I think.
They should
when
never.
They gave away Arenado.
They should have never done
prime. That they just said that they don't care about their fan base. That's maybe one of the most beautiful.
And it's a dope stadium.
I've been there. It is unbelievable.
That whole in the whole area. The whole area around it, you can get food, you can hang out.
Man. It was a lot of fun.
The train drops you off right in that little district. I don't remember what it's called. We were actually there for one of Cart's baseball tournaments, and when the Avalanche were in the Cup, and it was nuts. They were having viewing parties. It was the energy was awesome, And they still get people to show up to the games, but they just stink.
Like they deserve better, those fans. It's a really beautiful stadium. Anyway, moving on. We got 2 more stories. This one I was saving up, but we had to make an audible and throw it in to dial it up. The Ducks hired Joel Quenneville. Errol, the Anaheim Ducks, don't call them Mighty Ducks, hired Joel Quenneville to be their next head coach on Thursday last week. Quenneville had been out of the NHL after the sex abuse scandal with the Blackhawks under his watch when they finalized their investigation when he was coaching at his next team. The Ducks have not made the playoffs in 7 seasons before this new hire. Here's the quote from Quenneville. I fully understand and accept those who question my return to the league. I know words aren't enough. I will demonstrate by my actions that I am a man of character. Dial it up.
It's pretty simple. Quenneville was over there in Florida. He had the best record in hockey, and then he gets fired. Okay? And what did the Florida Panthers do after that? 2 years later, they win a Stanley Cup, and they build nothing but a great organization and a great organization of growth with some of the young players. Quenneville, he had his stint. He played he was over there with Chicago. He won multiple championships over there. And everybody, including Anaheim, they're reaching. They're trying to find that next coach that's going to help them get to the promised land. The last time they were at the promised land, I don't know. They were lucky. They were practically a wild card team with a great goaltender that got them all the way to the finals, and they choked. That was like the Timo Solani era. This is an organization that's completely reaching. They have a bunch of good young players, and Quenneville does know how to develop young players. How long is that going to last before you hear some other crazy story coming out of that organization that Quenneville knew something about and threw it or brushed it under the rug? This is a man that can't be trusted. If you look at what Florida did in the year that they decided to part ways with them when they were in first place, it gets you thinking and wondering why they just decided to push him out as the head coach of the team. It makes me think and wonder that Quenneville has been nothing but a disgrace for wherever he's been. No matter how many championships he wins and how great of a hockey mind he is, this is a guy that just you cannot trust. And I'm sure, by the way, we don't even know the true full story that happened in Chicago. And I'm going to tell you guys one thing. There's going to be a documentary very, very soon that's coming out. I'm not going to mention who put this documentary together. When it does, it not only is going to grow legs, it's going to throw people under the bus in the NHL, the Chicago Blackhawks, and some of the players that knew about this and didn't say anything while it was going on. And Quenneville was behind it. And that's why the Florida Panthers wanted to get him the hell out of there before that story was going to approach. And now Anaheim, when they find out this story, it's going to be quick. It's going to be a quick pull. Nobody should hire this guy. He's an absolute joke.
It's amazing how much is forgiven for winning. You know, and it's ironic that it's the Ducks that used to be the Mighty Ducks. One of the best villains in kids' movies ever was the Hawks coach in the first Mighty Ducks movie with the pop collar, telling Bombay, "You're not a has-been. You're never was." One of the best insults he could throw at a, I guess, 30-year-old coaching a kids team. But that. Ever since they got rid of the Mighty and the Mighty Ducks, I think they cursed themselves. That was a fun movie. One of my favorite movies as a kid. Made me love hockey. I don't know why that anyone's fearing a duck as opposed to the Mighty Ducks. I never understood that change, and I thought the logo was sweet back when they had the Mighty Ducks compared to what they have now. I think it's okay now. I like the newer ones they have, but the Mighty Ducks ones are classic. I don't. So the thing with me is, Quenneville should not have this chance. And I agree with you, Errol. I can't wait to see that documentary. I'm going to ask you about it more off the air because I couldn't believe that this happened.
End of the year.
Thursday.
Prime's going to come out with the documentary.
I can't believe it. This doesn't make any sense. Why are you bringing this guy back to the league? You're not even in close to striking distance to win right now. You don't have – everyone knows that you're years away. He's 66 years old. Are you thinking you're going to get, we'll just bring him here to create the structure like he did in Florida and, we'll use him and get rid of him? And if that's what you're doing, you're disgraceful because this guy doesn't deserve to be coaching right now in the league at all. I thought that was decided already. And what? It's a 3-year penalty for him? That's not even 2 years, 2 off seasons? That's BS, man. Just terrible.
Just think about this. Just think about it right now. Everybody that was a part of that organization, besides the players, are all gone and they haven't gotten another job. He's the only one that's gotten 2 offers from the Florida Panthers and now the Anaheim Ducks. All the GMs, the assistant GMs, all the executives are part of that team that won the Stanley Cups have not gotten another job since they've left the Chicago Blackhawks. That says a lot about this organization, the Anaheim Ducks. They're reaching, and they're trying to find something that's going to get these youngsters back in order. He's the wrong guy to bring in, a guy that let one of his young players get physically raped by one of his tape guys. And he knew about it, and brushed it under the rug.
And brushed it under the rug. Those guys, I mean, we all remember the Joe Paterno story.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we basically accuse him of, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't believe this is much different.
And Jonathan Tames, by the way, everybody wants to praise him as one of the greatest captains of this era. It's disgraceful. You were the captain of this Chicago Blackhawks team and respected by every NHL player. You knew about this and you didn't do anything about it. You didn't step in and try to protect one of your players. That's despicable. Absolutely despicable. I would love to get Jonathan Tames on the show because I don't think he would ever step on the show because I just absolutely mutilate him because you're a captain of the team and you don't protect your players. What does a captain do? He protects everybody around him, looks out for everybody around him. This guy let it happen. So it's despicable. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, we got one last story before What's That Smell and we wrap up tonight. So let's get into it. This is the one I know you were waiting for, Errol. Yes, Pat McAfee gets a standing ovation after getting beat down and choked out by Gunther at WWE's Backlash pay-per-view on Saturday. Announcer Pat McAfee took on former World Heavyweight Champion Gunther. McAfee was beat red in the chest after taking the Ring General's infamous chops. Despite interference from announcing partner Michael Cole, McAfee was put to sleep and lost the match. And like I said, the fans gave one of the leaders in sports media a standing ovation.
A lot of hot ladies.
We've said off the air, and I maybe even saw it once on the air, that if you were not doing this, you would make a wonderful WWE heel manager. You would be the best bad guy manager that they would have going. You can get the bullhorn like Jimmy Hart. We can get you all dressed up in outfits. You'd be freaking great at this. And for that, I need you to dial it up.
First of all, I don't even know who he was wrestling. I didn't get a chance to watch it. And Pat McAfee. Gunther, what is he like?
Gunther.
Whatever. Gunther. What is he like? A piece of cheese or something?
He's like a Drago type, but German and dark hair.
Who cares? Okay. The fact that Pat McAfee can get into the ring and actually wrestle, I give him a lot of credit. But it's all about promoting his product. If it's going to help us, and you want me to get in the ring and wave around a wand or dance with a chair or pull my panties
a wand?
up. I don't know. Whatever.
What do Disney on Ice or something?
What are you going to Lombardio Leviosa his ass to sleep
you want
or
me
what?
to do?
Harry Potter in the ring.
Whatever.
You would be good at it.
Nevertheless, if it's going to help our product grow, I'll do whatever needs to be done. But I will say this. Pat McAfee has an understanding on how to build a product and market his product. He's doing the right thing, guys. And I'm not going to take anything away from what he's doing for his product and some of his guys. He's looked out for his guys, and he's a big wrestling fan. This was his dream to be a part of ESPN, and it was his dream to be a part of the WWE. So I give him all the props in the world. I'm not gonna break him on this. He's making money, and he's selling a product, and he's selling it through many different areas. And there's nothing you can complain about or attack him for doing that. I could give a crap who he was wrestling, and I could give a crap he was getting cheered by the fans. Who cares? All I care about is how he is generating money, moolah, mucho dinero, and he's doing it.
It's like really the show that he has in WWE. It like kind of feeds into itself because he does so well with the fans there because he's a fan of wrestling and he's an athlete. Obviously, professional athletes. Say what you will about punters. I mean, I can't kick my leg that high. We know that he was laying people out as a punter, so he's legit as far as athletics go. Maybe not to the level of Gunther, as we found out on Saturday night at Backlash. But he was, acrobatic. He was telling the story. And more importantly, as far as what I find interesting about it, people want to see him. And he finds a way to get people to want to see that guy. And I just want power to him. We all rooting for you. We all kind of try to emulate, what you're doing a little bit with what we do to a certain extent. Maybe not jumping off of, doing moonsaults off of the wrestling ring. But I think
Errol will.
I think Errol would. We'll talk.
I would do it.
Talk smack about it. You think you can do a shooting star press?
I'll do whatever. Listen, if it's gonna help us, I'll do a flip. I'll do a tumble.
Brock Lesnar famously tried to do it in.
I'll do
broke his neck doing it.
I'll do the Macho Man. I'll do whatever. I can't the flying arm.
So here's. Would you? We need to find a bet where you're doing a Macho Man elbow.
I would do it.
Like you're jumping off of something to do a Macho Man elbow.
I'll do it right now.
I just think I think too to your point, he's relatable because you see some of these guys and they're like untouchable, right? And I think that comes with like athletes in general. Like he's open about all of his stuff and like so he becomes relatable because he gets the fans drawn to him because they feel like they can relate to him and he's a normal person. He just happened to play football, but he had the personality, he has the bravado, he has, everything that, some people want to do. They just don't have the platform that he does, and he does. And he's very relatable because he's just honest about what he does. And I mean, he's on everything now. I mean, shoot, College Game Days, WWE, his show every day. And I think that's one thing that, a lot of people as fans, because they usually only see like the finished product, so they don't see what goes into it. And I think that's why he becomes so relatable to fans, is because they're like, dude, I got a buddy just like him. Like he's just like him. And I think that's why, he's obviously worked hard and he's taken care of his guys and then they've been ride or die with him. So I think that's just why.
That's the only thing that I look at him and I give him a lot of credits is that he has stuck by his guys. He could have had a chance to walk away from his guys when ESPN offered him a contract. He says, no. If you're going to give me a contract, you're going to give them a contract. They're a part of this contract, and you're going to make sure every single one of them are going to be taken care of. And he is taking care of even AJ Hawk. AJ Hawk was the one that got Aaron Rodgers involved. If you look at Pat McAfee, go look at Pat McAfee's numbers before AJ Hawk came on the show. They're not good. He was really reaching. And then all of a sudden, bringing AJ Hawk that added all these extra guys like Pac-Man Jones that was friends with AJ Hawk, all these personalities that have worked out for him. He's done a really, really good job on building his product. His product, as far as what his knowledge is, it's not good, but he has a personality and he knows how to bring a product to life, no matter if he's in the ring in the WWE or he's inside his set, his studio, talking about, dirty asses and the smell of dirty asses when he was in a freaking locker room. Yep. He is a unique individual. He is a very unique individual. So.
They stink.
Yeah,
they do.
What is
I don't
that
know.
Smell,
I didn't
actually?
know. What is that smell? Speaking of that, I mean, go ahead, Goody, give it to us.
They stink. They stink. Dirty asses stink, and they especially stink in the Mexican locker room too. It's terrible.
That's not what I asked you. As ladies and gentlemen, we do this.
Gentlemen, as we do this every week, next segment is called "What's That Smell?" where we talk about whatever we want.
Wow. You don't see that every day.
Cody, I tried to help you out. I was leading you.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't.
And then you were talking about dirty asses in the locker room. I mean, have you ever
smelled dirty Mexican asses in the locker room?
This is where my mind was going. I wanted to bring it up. We're talking about assholes and how they stink, and I just wanted to let you know, south of the border,
Let me ask you a question.
They're right. They're right.
Let me ask you a question. You played baseball with Jabba. Were you ever in the same locker room with Jabba when you were trying to smell his asshole? Yes or no?
No, he was there rehabbing one year, and I remember him
Who
wearing
was the smelliest player you played with the Yankees?
Ooh.
Come on, give us one. Who's the smelliest Yankee player after the game? Who smelled like crap?
We're not gonna dime out our teammates. You know that.
Oh, come on. Just give us a
I just remember. Hold on. I just remember Jabba wearing a FUCK Uke shirt and getting on the Stairmaster. That image is
hold on.
forever ingrained in my memory.
Wait a second. So
yeah,
you're telling me right now that if I asked you if somebody had a stench to them after the game, you wouldn't tell it because you don't want to throw anybody. It's not throwing anybody under the bus. You're having a little fun.
First off, as I'm telling the story, I'm trying to think of somebody who I got close enough who's like, "Hey, bro, let me smell your grundle." One of my boys wants me to let you know what it smells like. Let me get some of that cheese.
You know who I heard that actually smelt after the game? Juan Gonzalez. Remember Juan Gonzalez? He was the great Texas Ranger. There's somebody I know that played in the major leagues that said that he told me straight out. He said, Juan, after the games, he would get off the field and he smelled like piss. And I said, what do you mean he smelled like piss? He says he sweated so much that whatever he ate before the games, it came right out of his paws and he stunk. So
I'll throw my son under the bus. After basketball games, he smelled awful. They didn't shower after games, and he would play 35 minutes, and then he'd be like, "Oh, I'm going to my girlfriend's house," and I literally would look at his girlfriend. I was like, "I would not."
He'd lick his girlfriend.
Well, kids really don't shower like that in school like they used to.
Dude, I remember like even in PE we would shower.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough, man. That's tough. I don't remember anybody that really stank that bad, man. To be honest, a lot of guys spray cologne on themselves before they go out and play, which I found a little weird. But then I started doing it, and I was like, yeah, you know what? When you sweat, you smell good. Like
I hate when people like drench themselves with that axe spray, and they walk around. It's like I'm not gonna say what I call it, but
our pay grade's a little bit above Axe in the big league clubhouse there, Errol.
Yeah, they had some decent cologne in the Yankee clubhouse.
I would say probably about 90, and I first learned about that too.
Like different types of axes.
No, it was like actual cologne. A lot, and it started with all the Latin guys.
Yes.
I could see Juan Soto. I could see Juan Soto in his locker. He's got all these like $1,000 bottles of cologne. He's spraying himself. Oh, this smells good. Hey, Soto, give me a taste of that. And then Lindor with his colored hair. He's got all this colored, smelly shampoo that smells like
Lindor always smelled good. His locker was like two down from mine. He had two lockers, and he's always smelled good. I'm like, man.
Where was your locker in Cleveland?
To the left. I was like when you walked in, if you saw Frankie's was to the left, and then he had two lockers, and then it was Dan Otero, and then me. I was like right behind a wall, so like no media could ever really get to me. It was nice.
Oh, were you behind the perch?
Probably, yeah.
Like where you're looking straight at the
I'm looking straight at the beer cooler. If you look over the perch, there's a beer cooler. There's a fridge right there.
Oh, see, I was on the backside. It was
no. I was on the left.
Yeah, Rammer, then Jeff Manship, then me, and my ex. I had my locker, and then Carter had his locker, and then Tomlin, and then Corey.
Oh yeah, I know where you were at. I
was on the back because I was old at that time, so I got to pick it. So I had put my feet on the wall. I had my iPad set up there so I could watch, and nobody could see me. It was great.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're at. You look this way, I was to the left. But anyways, great.
My locker was in the boys' bathroom. I was right there in the stall.
It's not surprising. You're weirdo.
My name's right on top. There's a shelf right by the
From
stall.
what we learned
Errol
a couple
skid
of
marks.
shows ago, I feel like Errol was the one that they told you to be careful of in the locker room.
Yeah,
Like,
Errol
Actually,
skid marks.
I
right
was
here.
actually the guy, and I'm serious. I was the guy that the coach, before hockey games, I was in the other. There was the lockers and everything, depending on where we were. I was in the other room getting dressed because I didn't want to deal with anybody's bullcrap before the games. I didn't want to hear anybody. And the coach was always yelling at everybody. So I would be the one before I get on the ice. I was the one before I got on the ice where the coach was telling me, you better
You probably
play.
didn't shower with the team either. We know guys like you.
Actually, no, I didn't. I didn't. I
We
never
know guys
showered.
like you.
I never showered with the guys. No.
I feel like he's just like more like, like as soon as he got on the ice, it was just
Why am I
like,
going to shower with a
go
bunch of
time.
guys? I'm not doing that. It's just not me. I'm not doing that stuff. It's just not me. I wasn't into doing that. So I would go home, man. If we were in a hotel or a motel, wherever we were staying, I would go home. I jump on the bus, throw on my stuff, and I'd go take a nice shower or a bath, whatever the hell I was doing. So why do I want to be in the shower? Listen to a bunch of guys talk about, their stories and rustling their
stay in the shower for like 10 minutes telling stories.
I do. First of all, I take long showers. That's something that I like to do. I actually, in my shower, I have this shower seat, and I actually let the water hit me, and I just like to relax and listen to music, man. I don't want to be bothered by people.
So you hear like everyone that was giving you crap about like being Jersey Shore. You are not Jersey Shore, because Jersey Shore is not about that life. They're about that gym tan laundry.
Dude, I would shower at the field and then go back to the hotel and then take another one.
I was gonna say shower before the shower.
Because I need to smell good when I put my clothes on and go.
Dude, I do not need some guy
just
looking
smell like a
at me
bag
with
of
my
dicks,
ass with my soap, okay, and use my towel wiping my ass with it. I have no interest in having another guy look at me doing that. Sorry, I'd rather be by myself while I'm cleaning myself. All right, that's just my opinion. All right, and this is not analytics. It's just me. I don't like.
I didn't even. I just wanted, like, if I was sweaty, like I had to shower. I felt.
No, I did too. I 100%. And usually, when we were playing hockey, we were traveling. It wasn't that far. So, obviously I would jump on the bus. And sometimes, obviously, the assistant coach would be on a bus, and whoever wanted to get on the bus and get back to the hotel, he would take us there and then go back and pick up the team if they're taking
Nothing
showers.
smells worse than hockes pads anyway, so probably couldn't tell what
it's horrible.
smelled.
It's horrible. And you want to know something? And here's a secret to any hockey player that does this. Anybody that washes their hockey equipment after games, you're an idiot. It makes your equipment smell even worse.
Yeah, because it's still wet.
Yes, never wash your equipment after a hockey game. That would be a big mistake. I made that mistake numerous amount of times, and it smelled even worse. So stay away from that. Any youngster out there listening to the
we
show,
had all the prongs in and crazy, because Carter stopped playing when he was in 4th grade, and it was amazing to me after like even practice or games or whatever, like how bad a kid could smell at that age. So we ended up just putting like a pegboard like in your garage, and just like hanging his gloves, his breezers, and all that stuff, and then like let him. And you don't wash them. I mean, obviously, I wash his socks and his compressions or whatever. But I would wait and do that just the next day and just leave it all out there. But you'd walk out there the next morning and get ready to do laundry, and you'd be like, God, how does a 3rd grader smell this bad?
It smells bad. And by the way, when I played for USA Hockey, there was this kid. I'm not going to mention a name because I don't want to. And he did play professional hockey. He didn't wash himself throughout the playoffs. I'm talking about after games. He fell asleep. He did not wash himself. He did not wash himself all the way through the playoffs, even when we went to the championship game. And he swore upon it. And boy, oh boy, he smelled so bad, dude. It's worse than any dirty sock. Okay, it's so bad. I can't even tell you. It's like a yeast infection. That's how bad it is. Okay. I don't know if anybody smelled the yeast infection, but it smells. So
wait, what does that smell like?
I'm not gonna. Let's just go. Come on, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to talk about yeast infections. I'm gonna get myself into trouble. Anyways, if anybody doesn't know the story or How to do this? It's very simple. All of us are going to give you a story, and we're going to tell you how it smells. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to go with Nathan because Nathan probably doesn't have a story. So we're going to go first. We're going to go fish first. We're going to go with Poops second. We're going to go with Goodwood third, Speedy fourth, Jabba fifth, me sixth.
All right, I'll start this off. I already kind of gave mine away and threw it in to dial it up, but
I'm putting you on a leash now.
But to get back to the leashing of all, I'm just going to go take what happened tonight and the fact that OG Anunoby going for a loose ball, Jason Tatum dives for the ball, and his ankle gives out. And now the Knicks are up 3-1.
It's over.
Jason Tatum is most definitely not playing next game, and if he plays
He's
next
done
game,
he's done for the rest of the playoffs.
You know, I mean, we'll see how bad it was, but he was grabbing at the back of that heel.
I'll let you finish it. I'll tell you what I've been reading.
Look, what is that? Like, do you want to win that way? Not really. You want to beat them at their best, but will you take the win anyway? You absolutely will. And the Knicks look like they're heading to the Eastern Conference Finals and probably going to face the Pacers the way that it's looking right now in a rematch of the semis last year. What does that smell like? Tough shit for you, Boston. That's what it smells like.
I just so everybody knows what I've read is that his ankle locked. It is not an Achilles. His ankle locked. So they got to pop it back into place. So he is not playing for the rest of the playoffs. He might even need surgery. Yeah.
I don't even,
his ankle locked. His joint of his ankle.
Kurt Angle, put him up like
it locked.
Gave him the ankle lock.
So they gotta pop it back into place. And he might even need certain, when you lock it and it has to lock back.
If it's a dislocation that got jammed or something, he might be able.
He's not playing.
Guys have been tough and played through things like that.
He's not doing that. I'm telling you, you will not see Jason Tatum for the rest of this series.
I mean,
and if they go on to the next,
I immediately think of the Kurt Schilling foot game. The bloody sock game. When you think of guys like that doing something, he had a crazy procedure that was temporary that everyone knew it wasn't going to hold and still played on it. And that was amazing. Tatum's not doing that for a semifinals though, is he?
I wouldn't. I mean, I've blown my ankle out where I was seeing bones. And, they popped it back in and sewed it back up and did all that. But if it is, they said he's not getting an MRI till tomorrow. So I guess it's speculation until then.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
what I've read is they said his ankle locked. And if you see him getting pulled off, if you watch it, you see how his leg, if you look at his foot, I'm watching it right now, it's tilted up. It's like it locked up on the inner part of his leg, on his right leg. Yeah. So
like the Knicks
it's
locked
not his
him
Achilles.
Up on defense in the fourth quarter.
It's not his
beautiful.
Achilles.
Good for him. I really hope it's not his Achilles. He's an amazing player. He was having a great game. When he went down, I think it was something like 40 something points. Didn't have a double-double because I wagered that he would have a double-double. So of course he didn't get a double-double. But listen, Boston can't win without him. And the Knicks, this is the opening that they didn't really deserve to have something like this because they haven't played that well until this game. I thought they played well this game from what we watched, while we were doing the show. But it's a tough break sometimes. They won last year. It's really hard to repeat, man. Really hard.
If Tatum's down now and the Knicks better win. Because if they don't win with Tatum down, it's an absolute catastrophe. So this should be an easy way. If it's not in Boston, you go back to New York in Game 6 and knock them out. You have to win in one of these two games. Don't take it to Game 7 because anything can happen.
So for mine, I'm going over to the NFL. Xavier Bubbard, I think that's how you say his name, known as basically the Chiefsaholic fan, the super fan, the guy dressed as the wolf, always showing up as the super fan they call him, was just convicted for 32 years in prison for an Oklahoma bank robbery that he did 2 years ago. Now, he apparently was caught because he tried fleeing the bank, of course, and stayed in the same exact state that he was caught in. So pretty dumb on that end as well. Now, I don't know the reasoning behind it. Maybe he just needed some more Chiefs gear and merchandise. Maybe his team's winning Super Bowls was just not exciting enough. He needed a bigger thrill, more excitement. So it smells like Patrick Mahomes and his brother's ass crack after another Super Bowl season. And there we go.
Interesting.
Wow.
Perfect for Goody's intro right there.
Wow. All right.
Follow that.
Follow
Chargers,
that. What's that?
Chargers legendary quarterback Philip Rivers has a son who is only a couple months older than his grandson. Phillips said that in a couple years, his son will be throwing touchdowns to his grandson in games.
That is awesome.
You know what that smells like? That smells like KY jelly and Kumasacha kind of lingus candles.
KY jelly all in your belly, baby.
You already know what it smells like.
He has like 8 kids, right?
I don't know, but my man's getting
Well,
down with
he
all
adopted-
generations.
He has, I think, 3 of his own, and the rest he is adopted. So
80s, 90s, and today, Philip Rivers.
Everything that we've read, and we've actually, me and Speedy have had a couple of his teammates said that Philip Rivers is one of the nicest people. He was crazy on the football field, one of the
10
nuttiest
kids.
people. But
10 kids, yeah, and then 7 of them.
him and his wife are one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. So
Rearranging
that's what they
guts.
Mhm. Anybody that takes that many kids in the way he has and adopted them, it's pretty funny. So
All right, so Chris, I'll help out the hockey content for what's that smell since your story was used and dial it up. So I'm going to go to the Vegas Golden Knights star center Tomas Hertl. After a play in frustration, after a whistle, slammed his hockey stick on the Vegas Golden Knights trainer, and hopefully he's okay. I think he's recovering
Here
well.
I
but
have it.
He suffered a
that.
head
Oh.
injury. He was just frustration, and yeah, as you can see there. And it's
Pissed.
obvious pain. So, yeah, hopefully he recovers well. But what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So I have to keep in Vegas for what it smells like. And since the Golden Knights are a well-run organization, we'll shift to the Vegas football team. And what does that smell like? Tom Brady's puke when he has 19 avocado tequila shots.
Wow.
Avocado tequila. I mean,
That dude
that's
eats
not a
avocado
flavoring
ice
I
cream.
want with my tequila, like if I'm drinking.
He makes avocado ice cream.
Yeah.
Look, I understand why people use avocado for things. I just don't.
Ice cream?
No.
And
Give me-
tequila?
I'll have the tequila by itself.
Well, I'm gonna switch gears a little bit and kind of get it on a positive note here too. Something really cool that happened on Mother's Day. The young brothers, playing third base, playing tic-tac-toe, and playing the same position, which has never happened, in front of their mother on Mother's Day, and one of them go deep with a pink bat, honoring his mother. And it smells like the roses that you give to your sweet, sweet girlfriend, wife, and just her smiling and knowing you're probably going to get laid that night.
Wow.
very interesting.
The
Definitely,
Jung brothers.
The Jungs.
All right, my final "What's That Smell" goes to Jake friggin' Paul. Yes, as he's gearing up for his upcoming fight against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., a guy that can't win a fight, hasn't won a fight in what? I don't know. In the last 10 years, the guy's been an absolute joke. Well, Jake comes out and says, hey, listen, I'm getting in the ring with a champion at one point. I'm getting in the ring with a guy that was on top of the world at one point. I said, and to me, all Jake Paul is selling is at one point, because Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. hasn't won in more than 10 points, 10 years of those points. What are you trying to sell? Here's what I think he's trying to sell. He's trying to sell a fight that means nothing. Jake Paul, he's great on the HBO special thing, that documentary that he has, The Pauls. He's great at everything he touches when it comes to marketing. Stop trying to sell something that doesn't exist. You will never get into a ring with a real boxer, because if you do, you're going to get your ass whipped. What does that smell, ladies and gentlemen? It smells like Speedy's toe jam when he's sticking it up a goat's ass. So that's what I got to say. That's what it smells like. Speedy, what do you think?
I have no context of going anywhere near a goat. So enjoy your fantasy.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
Put the goat on the leash, and I'll. Nathan, if you ever encounter it with a goat, put Errol on the leash first, then the goat.
I just don't think you could top Mike Tyson, you know? Like, once you hit Mike Tyson, like, that's pretty much it, man. Just ride off into the sunset. You're good. Or at least, or maybe try and fight real fighters. But, yeah.
First of all, Mike Tyson almost died 5 months before.
I know, I understand, and Mike would have whooped him. I get the whole thing, but what I'm saying is a PR stunt. Like, I don't even know who this guy is. Like, I know Mike Tyson. Like, that's it. Let's end it there.
You don't know who Jake Paul is?
Yeah, I know who Jake Paul is.
I just think he's a great. Listen, if we can hire Jake Paul to market our product, I would absolutely hire him. He's the best in the business when it comes to marketing a product. Anything else, I'm keeping Jake Paul far, far away from it. And as far as boxing is concerned, I hate that he comes out and he says, well, I'm fighting boxers, real boxers. You are fighting real boxers that were boxers 10, 15 years ago. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. hasn't won a fight in almost a decade. And you're coming out and you're bragging about it? Please. He's not anybody. And Mike Tyson, when was the last time he won a fight? Give me a break. It's ridiculous. Go into the ring. Fight Canelo Alvarez if he's willing to fight you. There were stories coming out that Canelo was interested in maybe fighting him maybe a month or 2 months ago. Now all of a sudden the talks are completely done because who stopped the talks? Jake Paul. Because any smart man would know that if he got into the ring more than a minute with Canelo Alvarez, he's getting his ass reamed. And I mean really reamed by that guy. So it's ridiculous. I'm so tired of hearing this guy. He wants to be a champion. The only champion he's going to be is the champion of every stupid fighter that gets in the ring with him and actually takes the money and sells out to him, because that's what everybody has done. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. It was a good one. Thank you to obviously the one and only Spontaneous. Is that a right word, Speedy? Is that good? Spontaneous?
Spontaneous, not spantatious.
Spantatious. I like that word. It's a good word. Obviously, the Scout U, National College Scout, Mackenzie Sizzle. She was fantastic. Thank you to her. Thank you to all the fans out there that have been tuning into us on all the social medias, from X, TikTok, Instagram, Spotify video, Apple, all of them. And our website, www.worldwidesportsradio.com. We really appreciate all the support and keep supporting what we're doing moving forward on Blue Wire. Nick has really set us up really, really good with a company that's growing and fast. And we're very excited moving on for the next year with their product as well. So keep tuning in and checking us out on Blue Wire as well. And all the new fans wanting to check out what Job in the Mouth is all about. Well, now you guys know. It's a crazy show, but great content. And who knows what we're going to come up with during the show at any point, including Nick Goody smelling somebody's underwear in the locker room. Anyways, that's it for our show. Who do we have on Thursday, Speedy?
All right. Thanks. Shout out to Nathan again for getting this one. And another well-known actor joining us, Robert Finaro. He was on The Sopranos and many other things, a lot of gangster stuff, mob stuff in the last 23 years, but well-known most for the Sopranos.
Would you eat a sausage with him? Would you eat a sausage with him? Why not?
Because you would make too big of a deal.
I'm asking you. Would you eat a sausage?
Yes, and you will not know about it.
Spicy?
Yes.
Hot? Which one?
Yes. You will not know about it.
Thick?
Nope.
Dark?
Nope.
Stretch to the left or stretch to the right?
Stretch where you can't see.
Secret sauce.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back on Thursday. We got a couple of days. Stay tuned. Check out all our stuff and all our new posts. We'll be back on Thursday talking all the craziness. We'll be back. Good night.
Steve's mom. They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Steal Your Girl.